Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump gets a royal welcome in Japan ahead of meeting Prime Minister Sanai Kataichi. US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said he's working on a ceasefire plan with Ukraine's allies in the next 10 days. Now, US President Donald Trump has arrived in Tokyo on the second stop of his closely watched tour of the Asia-Pacific region, where he'll meet with Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Kataichi. It comes hot on the heels of a triumphant visit to Malaysia, where Trump was praised for his courage and tenacity in promoting peace in the Middle East. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Flag-waving, smiles and handshakes as the US president departed Malaysia following a very fruitful first stop in Asia. In Kuala Lumpur, Trump oversaw the signing of an expanded truce between Thailand and Cambodia. He also inked a slew of trade agreements. More significantly, the US and China appear on track to cut a deal on trade after key talks on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit. In Tokyo, there was high anticipation and tight security ahead of Trump touching down in the Japanese capital. It's his fourth visit to the country as president and his first since 2019, when he attended a G20 summit in Osaka. All eyes will be on a meeting between Trump and Sanai Kataichi.
I think Takaichi will keep asserting herself. In a way, it's kind of systematic, so I have a feeling that things might get a bit serious.
Trump's previously expressed hope he'll form a fantastic relationship with Takaichi. In what's seen as a key diplomatic test for Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi is expected to urge President Trump to reaffirm the US and Japan security alliance and strengthen Tokyo's oversight of funds that Japan has agreed to invest in the United States. Tokyo has pledged to put $550 billion to fund American projects as part of a deal to ensure Washington limits tariffs on Japanese exports. But there's concern about how much control Trump has over how the money is spent. Japanese officials turned on the charm offensive as Air Force One arrived. Trump's first port of call was at the Imperial Palace, where he was greeted by Emperor Naruhito. There were more smiles and handshakes. The two men also met 6 years ago. The emperor's role is purely symbolic, but it could help set the tone for talks the following day, when Takaichi hopes she can strike a balance between maintaining ties and asserting her leadership on the world stage. Chris Gilbert, Al Arabiya English, Tokyo.
We can now go and join Chris live, and he's in Tokyo. Chris, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. You just outlined there what Trump's been up to, and he's hailed the great friendship between Japan and the US as he does arrive in Tokyo. The US president, like you said, got the royal welcome in Japan. What can we expect from his visit?
Well, he has met the Emperor Naruhito already, as I outlined, and on Tuesday morning he's set to meet with Sanai Takaichi, the new Prime Minister, barely a week into the job. And here she will be sitting down with Donald Trump. And in the afternoon on Tuesday, he's going to visit the Yokosuka military base, one of the largest U.S. military bases in the Tokyo region, to address the troops there. But the attention really is on the meeting between him and Sanai Takaichi, because this is imperative for her to make a very strong impression which lasts with the US president. We know that he builds relationships based on personality. He did so with Shinzo Abe, the former Japanese prime minister, who Takaichi has modeled herself on, especially when it comes to policy. Abe and Trump had a very strong, close relationship, and she's going to be hoping the same. Her policies align with the US. She's very assertive on defense. She wants to increase defense spending even further than it currently is being increased. There is talk about Japan making a new generation of propulsion systems of submarines, meaning it may euphemistically generate nuclear-powered submarines here. And so it is looking again to become the spearhead of American foreign policy in the region, as well as improving the trade relationship between the two countries as well in the era of U.S. tariffs. So there's a lot at stake, especially for Takaichi and her popularity domestically.
Yeah, absolutely. The first test in just a week, as you said. Japan's new leader is an arch conservative and, as you mentioned there, an ally of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Trump and Abe had such a close relationship, like you just said. So is this a positive signal for possible deals between the two countries and closer ties?
Well, she is going to be hoping that some of that Abe magic has rubbed off on her, and she will definitely be using that to her advantage in her first meeting with Trump in the morning. A number of political scientists and experts I've been speaking to are really expecting her to lean into the fact that she was very close to Abe, that she has modeled herself on her, even a protege of her. But also, as I say, when it comes to aligning Japan compared to previous leaders with American foreign policy in the region, then, her views, her very hawkish foreign policy stance is going to be a benefit for her as well. But also Japan, remember, is also, as I said, promising a $550 billion gift, as they say, in loans and loan guarantees, investments in the United States. That's in return for the 15% tariffs that the U.S. agreed with on Japan back in July. And so she is also going to be really focusing on that, saying that Japan had a lot to offer the United States, because she in particular, as the first woman leader of Japan and also such an incredibly right-wing leader of Japan, is really looking to the right-wing administration in the United States to really reaffirm those ties and build a strong relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trump is on the second leg of his Asian tour, but he was in Malaysia where his dancing was a major hit. But what else did he achieve?
Well, he's taking enormous credit for what he is calling the Thailand-Cambodia Peace Accord, which was signed while he was there in Malaysia on the sidelines of the ASEAN summit. Now, if you ask officials from Thailand and Cambodia, they have a slightly more muted take on this, saying it's less of a peace accord and more of a pathway to peace. They acknowledge, especially the Thai officials, that Trump has been instrumental in making this come about and placing pressure for a ceasefire back in July after 5 days of border clashes. But the fact of the matter is that the border disputes between these two countries still remain, and that hasn't gone away with the signing of a document. The other major takeaway is the preliminary talks between trade officials between the U.S. and China in anticipation for a potential meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping, possibly later this week.
Chris Gilbert, it was brilliant to talk to you. Thank you so much for all your insights there from Tokyo for us. For more on this, I'm joined from London by economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, we were just talking there, as we were discussing, Trump is, of course, on his Asian tour, and global stocks are surging on US-China trade optimism. Rubio and China's foreign minister have held a phone call. So do you think this optimism is actually warranted?
Oh, Leigh Ann, who knows? We have had this conversation in so many forms over so many times. The market seems to believe that there is ample reason to buy not only U.S. stocks. We're into record territory for the main U.S. indices. Japanese stocks closed at a record high today. Chinese stocks are surging. Europe has lagged a little bit, but still up on the day. Is this optimism warranted? This trade, the contours of the trade deal that looks like it's coming to be between China and the U.S. is pretty thin gruel. There's enough there for both leaders to unwave, documents with a flourish and say that they've got the better of their opponent and they have, averted trade Armageddon for a short period of time. But the deal that seems to be taking shape looks like China will roll back its threat to essentially withhold rare earth minerals from the rest of the world. In return, the U.S. will back off its threat to put 100% tariffs on Chinese imports and maybe convince the Chinese to buy some soybeans from U.S. farmers. As an aside, Leigh Ann, remarkably, the U.S. sells more in value terms soybeans to the U.S. than it does any other product, including aircraft engines, semiconductors. So it's a pretty big export for the U.S. But this deal that's coming to be doesn't address any of the big fundamental differences between the world's two biggest economies. And keep in mind, what we're hearing from the Chinese side is coming from the mouth of Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury Secretary. We haven't heard anything from the Chinese side about how these negotiations are going, but markets seem to like it. I think the biggest factor coming up this week for the markets, though, will be a slew of tech earnings tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll see earnings from Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Meta, and this will give us the sense of whether this AI dream, this AI paradigm where AI, all of this investment in AI is going to change the world and make us all a whole lot of money. And I think we may get some sense from these earnings whether that paradigm is in fact bearing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love to watch those tech earnings because the markets always do something very interesting, especially the NASDAQ. But one thing, Laurie, the Chinese foreign minister was talking, and he did say Xi and Trump do respect each other. So a little bit of optimism ahead of that meeting between both of them. But let's just move on to another story now. And this is a really interesting one. For the first time this century, the U.S. government's debt burden is on track to exceed levels in both Italy and Greece. What does the IMF forecast actually show here? And is this a real big concern?
It's crazy stuff, isn't it? Remember, it hasn't been that long, Leigh Ann, that we were all talking about Greece debt levels. Was Greece going to fall out of the euro? You know, Greece and Italy were such the problem children, not just of Europe, but of the world economy. Now we have the IMF saying that U.S. debt is on track to exceed 143% of national income over the next 7 years or so. That's way above Greece. That's way above Italy. Utterly remarkable stuff. And it means that the U.S. is now paying more to service its debt. So its debt interest is more than it spends on defense, which is utterly, it's hard to get your head around that. But in answer to, is it a problem? At the moment, not yet. The U.S. can still borrow for 10 years at a rate of about 4%. Now, that's a lot higher than we saw during the great financial crisis, than we saw during the pandemic. But historically, that's still a pretty low borrowing rate. And the reason for this is because the dollar remains the global reserve currency. People, central banks, countries want to hold dollars. They pay for stuff in dollars. And when they hold, they don't just hold dollars, they also hold things that are denominated in dollars, like treasury bonds, treasury bills. It's quite fashionable right now to talk about whether the dollar will continue to be the world's reserve currency because of this U.S. debt, because of the erratic policy making coming out of the U.S. I don't see any risk of the dollar being deposed anytime soon. So the U.S. will continue to enjoy that exorbitant privilege for quite a while longer.
And let's talk about something else. There's always more reason than one for a surge on Wall Street, which we should always make clear. It's optimism about US-China relations, but it's also optimism about Fed rate cuts. Possibly we could see one coming up pretty soon. What's your feeling on this? Because I know you and I have spoken before so many times about the tension between Jerome Powell and Donald Trump. Donald Trump obviously wants more cuts from the Fed. So will Jerome Powell make him happy, do you think?
I think he will make him happy this week. And you're absolutely right. Donald Trump has been absolutely livid that Jerome Powell has not reduced rates at the Fed as quickly as Donald Trump would have liked. And part of the reason are these huge debt payments that the U.S. is incurring. Donald Trump feels that if official rates, the ones that the Federal Reserve controls, were lower, that the interest on U.S. borrowing would fall as well. It would help him out a lot. He wouldn't be able to have to pay so much in interest payments. I do think that we will see a rate cut this week, should be announced on Wednesday afternoon. The markets have fully priced in a quarter-point cut. Question is, and I'm so glad you're going to give me a little bit of space on my soapbox here. Question is, right now, is the Fed going to cut? Yeah, I think they are. Bigger question to my mind is, should the Fed be cutting rates? Does the U.S. economy need another rate cut? Inflation it's not rising anymore. That's true. We seem stuck at about 3%. We had some inflation data last Friday, delayed inflation data, because we're not getting any economic data out of the U.S. because the government is shut down. Inflation's not rising, but it's still at 3%, Leigh Ann. That's way above that 2% target that the Fed is meant to chase. Do we really need to see a rate cut with inflation stuck at 3%? It's true that we're not seeing at the moment a big tariff effect. And that's surprising. It's surprising to me. It's surprising to a lot of other people. And I went through those inflation data last week at, to a granular level. We're not seeing increasing price on things coming from China. No real increase in things like electronic equipment, apparel, things that the U.S. really depends on China to buy. Most of the inflation we're seeing is domestically oriented, generated, rents, food prices. Nonetheless, it's higher than 2%. Is it risky to cut rates? I think it may well be. The Fed's argument is that the jobs market is slowing, but we really don't know. Let's go back to this lack of data. We haven't seen employment data since the end of the end of August. So we don't have a great sense of what's happening with employment. And who knows when we're going to get that official data, because there doesn't seem to be any end to this government shutdown.
And I think that's a big question right now. Where will inflation in the US go? Is it sticky? Or someone once described inflation to me as like toothpaste. Once it's out, you can't get it back in. So I guess it's just a case of waiting to see what happens in the long run.
Absolutely. And I think, Leigh Ann, I'm sorry to cut in there, but you've made such an important point. It feels to me that this 2% target, both in the UK where I am and in the US, it is observed simply in conversation. There doesn't seem to be a huge monetary policy effort to get inflation back down to target. We hear central bankers talk about it, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of action to address this.
And it's quite interesting because over in the UK, inflation came in at 3.8%, if I'm right. So that's sticking where it is too, and slightly higher than the US. So do you think this is a Western problem in many respects when we look at the democracies around the world or the governments?
Excellent question. And we aren't seeing it in Europe. Europe has got inflation down to its 2% target. And we have the European Central Bank meeting later in the week. We expect no change because inflation is quite well behaved. But we really are seeing some problems in the US and in the UK. And the problem becomes that when people come to expect higher inflation, they ask for higher wages to address the inflation. And then we have a vicious circle. Inflation here in the UK close to 4%. And that is very, very worrying for a lot of central bankers here. So whether rates will come down in the UK, very open question, lots of debate around this. One of the big problems is food prices, and food price inflation is particularly pernicious because people notice it, right? You notice if ground beef is rising in price because you buy it all the time. If prices of televisions, computers are rising, you don't notice it so much because you don't buy one a week. So people expecting inflation is becoming a real problem, and it puts the central banks in a real bind.
Absolutely. And one further thought before I let you go. President Trump has congratulated Argentina's Javier Milei after his election win. Is this a major victory for Argentina's long-troubled economy, Laurie?
Yeah, and this is one of the big stories today. It's a victory, major victory. I'm not quite sure. Markets love it. The Argentinian peso up about 10%, Argentinian shares up 20%. And the reasoning here is that Milei will now be able to pursue some of his quite painful reforms to the Argentinian economy. The problem is that some of his reforms may not be, they're not orthodox economics. He has brought inflation down, and that is very welcome for the Argentinian economy. However, he's frozen the level of the peso. The peso is very, very overvalued. He wants a strong peso, in part to combat inflation. The problem is that the central bank has to intervene to buy pesos to keep it strong. Central bank's out of money. I mean, they don't have any reserves once debt payments are taken into account. So it's not clear. Well, this is a victory. It gives Milei some breathing room. It's not clear how long he can pursue this policy. Argentina has to pay back $80 billion in bond payments next year. They don't have the cash to do this. So I suspect that this is sort of a problem delayed, but Argentina will have it has to take a hard look at what it's doing come early next year.
Absolutely fascinating. Great to speak to you as always, Laurie Laird. Thank you so much
for your
time. Pleasure. US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela and its president, Nicolas Maduro. It comes as Trump accused Maduro of being the leader of the organized crime gang Chendaragua, and after the US military carried out 3 more strikes on alleged drug cartel boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific Ocean last week. For more on this, I'm joined by Ecuadorian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Guillem Long. Thank you so much for your time this evening. It's great to have you on the show. Guillem, a US-guided missile destroyer docked in Trinidad and Tobago's capital. That was yesterday on Sunday. What is the significance of the warship in the Caribbean, and is it upping political tension in the region?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on the show. I'd just like to say I'm not the current foreign minister, I'm the former foreign minister, so I won't be speaking for the Ecuadorian government, fortunately. But yes, it is a very significant military buildup. It's the largest military buildup in the Caribbean, the largest US military buildup in the Caribbean in decades, in contemporary history, essentially. And it's clearly so large that it has nobody fooled. Nobody's really talking about it being about the small boats that they're bombing. It's a much greater operation, seemingly aimed at Venezuela, as you rightly said, at regime change. We're now seeing further build-up with the arrival of an aircraft carrier, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the USS Gerald Ford, which can accommodate 75 aircraft aboard. So it's a huge operation, which adds to the dozen ships or so, including destroyers, missile cruisers, nuclear subs that were already there, and a further apparently 5,000 troops to the already 10,000 troops that were on board these ships before the arrival of the aircraft carrier just a few days ago. So this is big guns. And it's, yes, it's creating a lot of tensions in the regions, with obviously Venezuela protesting the build-up, but also some of its immediate neighbors. Colombia has been protesting the build-up, and this has led to a backlash from the Trump administration against the Colombian government, which we've seen in the last few days, with sanctions being imposed on the Colombian president. But also Brazil, one of the largest states in Latin America, complaining about this. It doesn't want, Brazil's a neighboring country of Venezuela, and it doesn't want a war, which would probably create a huge humanitarian crisis, and a number of other states. We've also seen Barbados, a much smaller player, but complaining, but others aligning more with Trump, including Trinidad and Tobago. So yes, US military buildup fostering lots of divisions, lots of political tensions in the region, for sure.
And Guillem, President Nicolas Maduro says the US government is fabricating a new eternal war against his country. But the Trump administration argues they are targeting the narco-socialist Maduro regime. But my big question, and I think the question that many people are wondering right now, is what is the motivating factors for the US? What's really behind this? Is it regime change, or is there a lot more to the story?
Yes, I think, well, it's primarily about regime change. And I think there is a broader historical strategy there, which is about reasserting US power in what it considers to be its backyard, the Western Hemisphere. But in the short term, it's regime change in Venezuela for sure. This is actually not a new policy. It's been a long-standing policy of both Democrats and Republicans, particularly the first Trump administration was very keen on regime change in Venezuela. You may recall the whole parallel presidency of Juan Guaido, which ended in 2023. Pretty much a fiasco, but that was a strategy of the first Trump administration. There was also a US-supported coup in 2019, which failed, and then a 2020 mercenary invasion, which also failed. So regime change has been an ongoing policy, but this is the first time that now military intervention is being brandished as a new way of doing regime change. It's a big escalation, right? It's not just covert operations and supporting insiders or military figures that might lead a rebellion. This is like threatening airstrikes, and we don't even know, maybe even boots on the ground. So I think it's really upping the stakes. I think it's particularly led by what are considered to be the hardlines in the Trump administration on Latin America, the hawks, if you like, Secretary of State Marco Rubio being the leader of them, who has been behind regime change in Venezuela for a number of years, has failed so far. The Venezuelan military has been remarkably loyal. And so the next step up is, military intervention. Narcotics, I think across the political spectrum, really, most analysts agree that narcotics has little or nothing to do with the story, because most of the narcotics actually don't come from Venezuela, but come from elsewhere.
And it's really interesting because you mentioned something there to me, and I was just wondering, do you think that a land invasion of Venezuela is possible and imminent?
I mean, it's possible because obviously the US military is unrivaled, clearly, by the Venezuelan military. We're talking about in any conventional exercise of warfare, there would be, the Venezuelan military, I think, wouldn't stand a chance. Now, whether this would be strategically sound for the United States to do this, I really think this would be a massive political and military quagmire. There's of course, the Venezuelan military, but there's also militias. The Chavista, which is the political phenomenon inherited by former President Chavez, it's been weakened in the last few years, but it's still very real and very strong. And it would be the first time in history that the United States invades a South American country. There have been many invasions in history of Central American countries and Caribbean states, but these are much smaller. They're close to the United States. They're considered as a sort of typical backyard. We don't like this term in Latin America, but it is a term that has been used pejoratively. But South American states tend to be larger. If you think about the last US invasions in Latin America, it's Panama, 1989, 1990. This is 2.5 million inhabitants. Venezuela's 28 million inhabitants, which is the same size as Iraq back in 2003, which is not exactly a very sort of good memory for the US, right? So we're talking about larger states, larger populations, jungles, big cities, likely urban warfare and rural guerrilla warfare. This is not a good thing from the perspective of the United States to get involved. So in the early days, would the US take out kind of strategic military assets of the Venezuelan government? Probably, yes. Of the Venezuelan military? Probably. But in the long term, is it feasible? I don't think so. And historically, it's never been done. We've never had US troops on the ground, uninvited. We have military bases, but uninvited invasion of the South American landmass and its 12 sovereign states. That's never happened. And I think there's a reason why that's never happened. It's a very big undertaking.
And it's really interesting because I hear you talk there and I always think about Donald Trump and his America First policy and not to get involved in forever wars not close to the US. And that's something that was spoken about a lot in his campaign and in his second term. But I just want to move on to the fact in recent weeks, the US has conducted several deadly airstrikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean Sea. What information do we have on who these targets are and if they were actually carrying drugs? Is there any solid information out there?
So no, the quick answer is we have no information. The United States has provided zero information on who these people are and whether they're carrying drugs. And if they are carrying drugs, they're very likely to be in the event they're carrying drugs. And a lot of people, again, are saying not necessarily. And if they are carrying drugs, you would imagine that it would be in the US's interest to detain these people who may have information that are very likely to be very low-ranking members, not even members, maybe just quick hires for the cartels, right? So they're very uninteresting in terms of hits, where what you would expect the United States to want to go much higher up the ladder of the cartels and to therefore detain these people, obtain information, obtain quality intelligence, which is what the United States would normally do in order to go higher up the ranks and get, go to the real drug barons and the leaders of these gangs. So it's very suspicious. And of course, that's one element. But the other element is that we know that most of the cocaine, forget the opioid crisis in the United States and fentanyl and so on and so forth. None of that is going via Venezuela. But most of the cocaine is also not going via Venezuela. There is some, undoubtedly, cocaine that is transiting through Venezuela. Most experts agree that this is marginal, and most of it is going to the United States from the Pacific coast of Latin America, of South America specifically, from Ecuador, mainly from Peru. So it's mostly Colombian cocaine going south into Ecuador and into Peru, and then exiting the South American landmass via these Ecuadorian and Peruvian ports. But a huge majority of the cocaine is coming out in actually quite large ships, in sort of shipments of major commodities that are being exported by plantations, mostly bananas actually, not on these small makeshift boats, right? So there may be some, but it's marginal. So if the United States was really going after drugs and drug barons, you would expect them to intervene on the Pacific side, to have, to go after much larger stakes rather than these relatively small stakes we're seeing in the Caribbean.
And just before I let you go, one quick thought. Is Ecuador doing anything to control these drug cartels?
Well, it's an interesting question. It's a polemic question because quite a lot of drugs has been found in banana shipments, as I've just said. Now, the Ecuadorian president is the largest banana export in the country, and a number of shipments of cocaine have been found in banana boxes that belong to his companies that he owns, that are basically plantations that he owns. Now, of course, the government and the president himself have argued that the drugs have been planted there, that it has nothing to do with him, but it's been rather repetitive. So again, if the Trump, and it so happens that the current Ecuadorian president is very allied to the Trump administration, right? So, the question is, I think is valid, is relevant. I mean, if the Trump administration was really going after the drugs, wouldn't they want to sort of start investigating what's going on in Ecuador and the banana plantations and the banana boxes? And we're talking about a large tonnage of cocaine going through those banana shipments. So I think a lot more could be done. I mean, of course, the war on drugs is a historic failure. We don't have to go in detail to cover the story, but going back to Nixon's declaration in 1973, Reagan's declaration in 1986, we still face the same problem. Drugs are still entering the United States, so there's a much deeper problem here to be dealt with. Much of it has to do with money laundering. Another big section of this is to deal with demand in the United States, and so on and so forth. So there are a number of ways in which the Trump administration could be trying to curtail drug consumption and drug imports. But I would argue on that list, Venezuela's very far down. Ecuador's probably further up, but there are many other things that the United States could be doing.
Former Ecuadorian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Guillem Long, it was fascinating speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said he's working on a ceasefire plan with Ukraine's allies in the next 10 days. It comes as President Trump reacted to the news that Russia has tested a nuclear-powered cruise missile. Here's what he had to say.
They know we have a nuclear submarine, the greatest in the world, right off their shores. So, I mean, it doesn't have to go 8,000 miles. And they're not playing games with us. We're not playing games with them either. We test missiles all the time, but, we do have a submarine, a nuclear submarine. We don't need to go 8,000 miles. And I don't think it's an appropriate thing for Putin to be saying either, by the way. He ought to get the war ended. A war that should have taken 1 week is now in its soon 4th year. That's what he ought to do instead of testing missiles.
For more on this, I'm joined by Vigaldas Ušakas, former ambassador of the European Union to the Russian Federation. Former ambassador, it's wonderful to have you on the show. I appreciate your time. We just heard
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. We just heard there from President Donald Trump warning Russia about its nuclear capabilities. Will the Kremlin listen to this stark warning, or is this all just saber-rattling that we've seen before?
Well, I think it's more of a blackmailing by President Putin, which he's used to do that, and rather successfully, vis-a-vis the former sheriffs in the White House of President Obama and President Biden, and that's what it led to the catastrophic war in Ukraine. Having said this, one has to acknowledge that Russia is a minor partner to the United States and NATO. I mean, Russia's economy is 25 smaller than combined NATO GDP. Russia spends for defense 10 times less than combined NATO. And of course, Russia is far away from modern technologies, artificial intelligence, especially in national security and defense. So I think it's a tactic which was proven to work well for President Putin up till now. The time will show to what extent he will try to bypass and again sabotage United States president, having in mind that President Trump himself has his own characteristics of being and aiming at seeing to be great, strong, and superior.
Ukraine and its allies are working on a ceasefire plan as Russia appears to have pretty much stalls when it comes to talks about a ceasefire. My big question to you are these just more talks between Zelensky and his European allies that do amount to very, very little? They seem to be meeting for talks all the time, but Ukraine's not pushing forward on the battlefield and nothing really seems to come of it.
Well, I think you're touching a very sensitive topic for Europeans because, unfortunately, we Europeans are being left on the sideline of that geopolitical battle. But, I mean, Europeans are not irrelevant. We, as European Union, together with the United Kingdom, we provide as much support, even more support as of now, to Ukraine than the United States. European Union's GDP is, much higher than Russia, and I think the commitment to Ukraine is much stronger than, for example, what happened with the collapse of Afghanistan. So one should not underestimate Europe's might, but it will take some time. In any event, those talks between Zelensky and European leaders are about how to provide a security plan for Ukraine when a ceasefire will be accomplished, where Europeans will take a lead, while Americans will be supporting with their own intelligence and air support in the future.
Do European politicians lack coordination? Is that the problem here as Moscow prepares for war with NATO? We've seen Russian airplanes and warplanes in NATO territory. We've seen a lot of provocation, but nothing's really happened. Is NATO and European countries coordinated?
Absolutely. Europeans and NATO are staying in a very close relationship, both within European continent and with Americans. Having said this, however, for far too long, the Western world in general have been pursuing this correctness in international relations based on the rules of law and, attributing everything to the rule of law, international-based system. Now, with Putin breaking those laws, I think it's about time to leave aside that political correctness and to take much tougher measures, not only through sanctions, but also through greater support to Ukraine when it comes to the long-range weapons.
So you think Tomahawk missiles should be supplied by the US?
Absolutely so. From my point of view, there is no silver bullet which would resolve the conflict. It will require a comprehensive approach of continuous and increasing sanctions, that the pain would be felt for the Russian economy. It will require also, diplomatic efforts, and it will require military efforts to continue extending support for Ukraine. If you look now to the time scale of that conflict, it's already soon we're going to see longer period Russia trying to fight Ukraine than what the Soviet Union was fighting during the Second World War, and with such a little accomplishment. I think it's about time that Russians will start asking themselves, what the hell is going on? I mean, it's going to be 4 years in spring of next year, and Russia is not winning, and it will not win as long as the West will continue to support Ukrainian determination to stand for their own freedom and independence.
And just a quick thought before I let you go. I only have 60 seconds. Should Europe stop buying Russian oil?
Not at all. I mean, Europe should refute from any entertainment of buying Russian oil or buying Russian gas or, trying to think about the reconstitution of the Nord Stream 2. So we have to retain strong sanctions. We have to support Ukraine militarily, but we also have to talk to the Russians, what the President Trump is trying to do.
Very interesting to speak to you. I really appreciate your time. Vigaldas Ušakas, thank you so much for speaking to me. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump gets a royal welcome in Japan ahead of meeting Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said he's working on a ceasefire plan with Ukraine's allies in the next 10 days. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X too, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today we look at how the trade framework between China and the US was received by global commentators. That's as the two countries seek to de-escalate tensions in spite of America's unpredictability and alongside another trade war with Canada. Javier Milei wins the Argentinian midterm elections in a test of his political and economic reform. And finally, the implementation of the Gaza peace plan continues to make the news rounds amid the fragility of the ceasefire. We'll start with the Chinese media, which framed the new trade framework with the US as pragmatic progress. easing tensions, but not a final deal. Reports generally stressed China's steady, principled stance and emphasized phase-based solutions. Chinese press covered Trump's Asia tour as well, underscoring China's view of itself as a key regional actor and suggests a cautious optimism about reduced bilateral tensions, while signaling that China remains alert to U.S. moves and will defend its interests. Generally, the coverage underlined a sense of relief at the de-escalation, but remains watchful of U.S. unpredictability. Global Times revealed discussions covered U.S. Section 301 measures, tariff suspensions, fentanyl-related cooperation, agricultural trade, and export controls. Also, Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng stressed mutual benefit and stability, urging cooperation based on respect and equality. The piece also highlights the U.S. delegation's tough stance, while China remained firm in defending its interests. It quotes analysts who say the productive talks lay a foundation for the upcoming leaders' meeting at the APEC in South Korea. American media was also dominated by the news of this de-escalation. Major U.S. media broadly framed it as a strategic pause rather than a breakthrough, positive but fragile. Outlets highlighted that the framework eases economic uncertainty and may boost markets, while cautioning that deep structural disputes remain unresolved. Commentators stressed the deal reflects mutual economic necessity, not a full reconciliation. The Washington Post's editorial board described the new U.S.-China trade framework as a temporary truce, not a lasting breakthrough. While tariffs were paused and China's rare earth embargo delayed for a year, the paper warns this should not lull Washington into complacency. The editorial urges policymakers to urgently diversify rare earth mineral supply chains, reducing reliance on Beijing for critical defense and tech components. It also calls for a crash effort to secure alternative sources to prevent future blackmail. Though markets may welcome short-term stability, deep mistrust persists, making long-term decoupling likely. The article concludes a durable U.S. strategy must focus less on tariff battles and more on supply chain resilience to reduce strategic vulnerability and economic coercion. The Economist examines how Xi Jinping has grown more assertive ahead of his first meeting in 6 years with Donald Trump. Apparently, an analysis of over 14,000 of Xi's speeches since 2013 reveals a leader increasingly confident in China's strength and global influence. Terms like strong, country, technology, and artificial intelligence have indeed surged in frequency, reflecting his focus on technological dominance and national power. Meanwhile, words such as hope, understand, and discussion have declined, signaling a more authoritarian and top-down tone. The piece warns that Xi's rising confidence could verge on hubris, making him a formidable counterpart for Trump. The meeting will test how the U.S. navigates negotiations with an emboldened Chinese leader, projecting global ambition. Another major story dominated headlines west of the Atlantic is Argentina's midterm elections and Javier Milei's victory. Milei's performance was dissected in Buenos Aires Times as a clear electoral endorsement of his economic experiment, despite its costs. The editorial frames the vote as a political turning point rather than a surprise. Milei once again exceeded expectations, securing over 40% support and consolidating his power in Congress. This, of course, expanded mandate gives him greater room to push austerity and deregulation, backed by warm signals from Washington. But the real story, the piece argues, is the collapse of Peronism's strategic direction. The article concludes that without rapid renewal and leadership, Peronism risks fading ahead of 2027. American media covered the Argentinian midterm election and Javier Milei's decisive win, framing it as both a domestic mandate and a geopolitical signal. The Wall Street Journal examines the victory, emphasizing Milei's close alignment with Donald Trump, whose administration tied U.S. financial support, about $20 billion, in a recent currency swap, and further backing to Milei's electoral success. The piece also highlights what President Trump made clear. If Milei wins, we're staying with him. If he doesn't win, we're gone. Of course, this victory, surpassing 40% of the vote, strengthens Milei's veto power in Congress, bolsters investor confidence, and pressures Washington and the IMF about his austerity program's durability. The piece also argues Milei's political survival is intertwined with U.S. support, and sustaining this partnership will be critical to advancing his radical free market agenda amid ongoing domestic hardship. American media continue to cover the latest episode of President Trump's trade tensions with Canada. The New York Times examines Canada's diplomatic strategy in its latest conflict with Donald Trump over a controversial Ontario advertisement using audio from Ronald Reagan. Angered, Trump halted trade talks and announced new tariffs, prompting swift action from Ontario to withdraw the ad. According to the piece, Prime Minister Mark Carney has adopted a pragmatic approach: avoid escalation, remove irritants, and pursue trade diversification, particularly in Asia. The analysis highlights what experts argue, that Canada is relying on U.S. industries' backlash against tariffs to pressure Trump to ease tensions. While some critics view Carney's stance as too conciliatory, supporters see it as a calculated long-term strategy to safeguard Canada's economic interests without personalizing the dispute. On the back of this U.S.-Canada trade crisis, the Financial Times examines Donald Trump's claim that Ronald Reagan supported tariffs, contrasting their sharply different trade philosophies. The piece contends Reagan was a committed free trader, celebrated open markets, and warned against protectionism. Though he used tariffs sparingly to protect key industries during temporary shocks, Trump, by contrast, has turned tariffs into a central economic weapon, applying broad and sustained measures to pressure trade partners and to generate revenue. The piece also includes a graph tracing the progression of Trump's tariffs from 2018 to 2025, showing their expansion from narrow sectoral action to sweeping levies on steel, autos, agriculture, and technology. Now, this escalation illustrates how Trump transformed tariffs from exceptional tools into long-term strategy, marking a clear, as the report concludes, the departure from Reagan's cautious and limited approach. On the Gaza peace plan and its implementation, the press continued to cover the search and recovery of the remains of the dead Israeli hostages in Gaza. Outlets in Israel and the Arab world, and also internationally, reported on the developments, including Israel's permitting Hamas to enter IDF-held areas of Gaza to search for dead hostages. The Times of Israel followed the details of a significant development in the hostage crisis, which is an Egyptian technical team has indeed entered Gaza Strip with Israel's approval to help recover the bodies of 13 slain hostages. The report explains that Benjamin Netanyahu personally authorized the move, signaling growing urgency. Intelligence shared by Israel and Hamas is guiding the search, and this step reflects the indeed fragile nature of the ceasefire and the intense political and humanitarian stakes surrounding the hostage issue, as Israel balances pressure tactics with maintaining international support. Israel Hayom reveals growing skepticism among Gulf states towards Donald Trump's $70 billion Gaza reconstruction plan. Qatar, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are conditioning financial support on Hamas's complete disarmament, exclusion from governance and major Palestinian Authority reforms. They also demand guarantees of Israeli compliance with the peace deal. Analysts note Gulf donors want credible guarantees to prevent renewed conflict. And the piece concludes that while Egypt plans to host a reconstruction conference, the lack of trust between parties and unresolved political questions threaten the plan's viability, placing Trump's post-war vision under strain. And we'll end with a Telegraph, which details the first public confirmation of a relationship between Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. The pair were photographed leaving Crazy Horse in Paris after celebrating Perry's 41st birthday, walking hand in hand, as you can see, in what appeared to be a carefully staged or stage-managed appearance. This follows months of speculation fueled by earlier sightings in Montreal and intimate yacht photos. The piece frames their relationship against Trudeau's recent political exit and Perry's high-profile personal life, portraying the couple as both glamorous and strategic in managing public attention. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special episode of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. Great to have you with us. Electric vehicles are big business. More than 17 million EVs were sold across the globe last year. That's approaching a quarter of all cars sold worldwide. Well, China's BYD has overtaken Tesla as the world's top 10 EV manufacturer. Today we're going to be finding out more about the Saudi Arabia-backed EV maker Lucid Motors, which has been majority owned by the PIF since 2019. Well, with manufacturing plant in the kingdom, Lucid is the first automotive brand that bears the Saudi-made badge. Well, Lucid delivered 3,309 vehicles in Q2. That's up some 38% from a year earlier. So how is Lucid doing? And where is the company positioning itself in this increasingly competitive market? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, I'm joined now by Faisal Sultan, the president of Lucid Middle East. Mr. Sultan, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Let's start by talking about Lucid and its position in the market. It's dubbed the world's most advanced electric vehicle. What makes Lucid stand out in this market?
So since the beginning, when we came out with an idea of having an electric vehicle, we wanted to make sure that we are offering a package that not only brings technology, but also with it brings the luxury aspect, the design, the consumer, what the consumer really wants, the interiors, the exterior features. So that is what has really made Lucid stand out. Not only that, and as I said, technology is really what drives us. So efficiency is really the name, what we're trying to do in the industry. So when we came out in 2000, as you said, in 2021, when we came out with Lucid Air, it was the longest range vehicle at 883 kilometers. Nobody was even close to us. Even today, we're offering a vehicle that is 838 kilometers. We also have won many awards on the way. We have actually been mostly in Car and Driver, 10 Best, Motor Car Trend of the Year, awards, powertrain. You can just continuously, keep talking about the awards that we won. We just recently completed an exercise in Europe that is all over the news with the new world record of having 1,200 plus kilometers on a single charge. So we're trying to provide something out there that will really help the consumer get into the electric vehicle without being fearful of not having enough range, right, but also having a product that they really can brag to their friends about.
Right, so clearly you're doing something right. You're winning all those awards, and you've got the range, which is interesting because you started life. I mean, Lucid began as a battery company called Atieva in California, and now you've got these cars that are doing 1,205 kilometers on one single charge. I mean, all of that seems to be paying dividends, doesn't it?
Yes, I think, look, we learned a lot. So as you said, when Atieva started, it was a battery company. We were supplying battery to majority of the OEMs in one of the Formula E races. And basically, for many generations, we supplied. So we learned a lot from that technology, and that battery company then really took that learning, put it into the powertrain, integrated together as a package that can then give you the 839 kilometers, 838 kilometers of range. And I think that really stands out. But then on top of that, we really got the right people who can design a car that is very attractive. So when you see a Lucid, it is definitely Lucid Air it turns heads, definitely, and people are amazed. They look at it and says, "Oh, who's producing this beautiful car?" That's really the first response I get out of them. We didn't know about this car company. Where did it come from? Oh, California design, California technology. We want to be in it.
Might also be turning heads because of the acceleration. Because I think the Lucid Sapphire, I mean, that's got serious acceleration, hasn't it?
Serious, very serious. Yeah, you better have your seatbelts buckled and your head on the headrest already, because it will actually be the feeling that I describe in a Sapphire when you launch it. It's basically on the world's fastest roller coaster. The car takes off, and from 0 to 100 kilometers, you can basically get it under 1.9 seconds, which is amazingly fast. Currently, it is the fastest accelerating sedan and production car in the market.
Okay, so as you position yourself in the market, I mean, who are you targeting? Who's a sort of a Lucid driver? What's the profile?
Look, tech-savvy, successful people for the Air, for sure. That's really someone who really likes their tech, who likes to have an infotainment system that is connecting with you. So it is a fully connected vehicle. It's OTA, over-the-air updates are done on this, so you don't have to take your car for maintenance as much. Car is correcting itself as you're basically driving. We learned from the consumer behavior, and we put all those corrections into the software, and then the software really gets updated on its own. So really, that's a good definition of a customer for Lucid Air. Now, we just recently launched our Lucid Gravity, which is a 7-seater SUV. So the consumer on that is going to be a little bit different, but still tech-savvy, but more practical use in that, bigger market. And then we are pretty soon next year, we're going to be coming out with a mid-size, which will be a more affordable vehicle for mass volumes.
You can sleep in the back of the Gravity, can't you?
In the Gravity, yes. You can actually take the third row and the second row, and it becomes flat, almost like a full-size bed that you can really sleep on.
Okay. I mean, you're still quite a new car company, as car companies go. Profitability is still a long way off. But tell us anyway, what are your goals for 2025? What do you aim to achieve?
I think, look, the biggest thing for Lucid has been the brand awareness, and we are doing many things now, to make sure that the consumer gets into the car. Because what our experience has been, once the consumer gets into the car, the conversion rate is super high compared to all other OEMs, because the product talks to you. The technology talks to you. So that is the goal in 2025. We're getting more cars on the road, test drives, Gravities, Airs, more coverage, through media, paid media and influencers, ambassadors. I think they're all going to be part of the picture. And the goal would be very simple, just for the consumer to know about this great product that is, making waves.
Okay. Saudi Vision 2030, something we talk a lot about. Part of that goal is to have 30% of all cars on the roads in Saudi Arabia EVs by the year 2030. How are you aligning your production goals with that goal of Vision 2030?
Yeah, I think the biggest driver for us really to put the advanced manufacturing plant in King Abdullah Economic City, which is our second. We have AMP1 in Arizona. Now we have AMP2 in King Abdullah Economic City, about 1 hour north of Jeddah. And it's going to be 150,000 vehicles per annum capacity. The reason why we're doing it is because of all of these initiatives. The Saudi government is putting an amazing focus on getting greener when it comes to transportation sector. And Saudi Green Initiative, as you mentioned, aims to have 30% of new car sales, as EVs. So having a plant within the country, not only producing for Saudi, but also producing for the rest of GCC and exporting it outside of GCC is going to, this initiative is definitely going to put the foundation stone for us to have that being successful.
Sure. And I mean, EV adoption in Saudi Arabia is, it's a bit like everywhere in the world. It can't happen overnight, can it? There has to be the right infrastructure in place, especially charging infrastructure. I mean, how involved are you with efforts to speed up that process? We're
deeply involved in this as being the first, let's say, cornerstone of electric vehicle industry production within Saudi Arabia. We actually bear that responsibility to educate the consumer, but also educate the policymakers. So we're working with the policymakers, we're working with PIF, Public Investment Fund, and we're also working with EWIC, which is actually a dedicated entity that PIF has introduced. They aim to have thousands of chargers by 2030, DC fast chargers, which will help consumers charge very fast. And we're helping EWIC. We have a MOU, a strategic MOU with them, where we're trying to bring where the locations should be, where are the consumers who are buying the electric vehicles from us, where are they located, so they can choose the locations and put them in the right spots where they're really needed.
Okay, and I mean, half of Saudi citizens, according to one survey, say they would consider an EV. I mean, the market has enormous potential, doesn't it? There's a huge captive audience out there.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that is very much known, that the Saudi consumer, when they really understand what the benefits are of having a product, they quickly turn and adopt it. And that adoption is quite obvious. Like in some of the other countries, a lot of the government consumer incentives were driving. In case of Saudi Arabia, the consumer incentives are still not out there. You have OEM like Lucid, the first OEM that is going to be producing a car, happens to be an electric vehicle producer. And then you have companies like EWIC that are putting the EV chargers. Now, Lucid also offers, to help the consumer make that decision, we offer a home charger free with every car and an installation free. So if you have a parking spot, you can buy a car from Lucid, you can go ahead and install the charger, and every week, maybe twice a week, charge your car like an iPhone. You just plug it in at night, and in the morning, you will have 838 kilometers of range on your car. And you're definitely not going to drive your car 838 kilometers on a single day. So, as long as you have a parking structure and you're not driving 1,000 kilometers from one city to the other city, you're okay. So Lucid is trying to do their part when it comes to home charging, but we're also then working with EWIC, and I think the adoption rate and the surveys are showing that, because people are not really afraid of charging, because they do believe that Lucid solution and the government-backed PIF solution is going to be there from a charging perspective.
In terms of the battery technology, any of the minerals come from Saudi itself? I think I read a report saying that some of the key minerals in the battery could come from Saudi Arabia.
They could, definitely. So right now, as you know, that PIF and Saudi Arabia, the government of Saudi Arabia, have started an initiative on the rare metals and minerals. And that exploration has started. Ma'aden is playing a major role in that, but PIF is now acquiring a lot of companies that do that, international companies that are going to come and become part of their value chain. So we are aware of that, and we have a huge supply chain effort, not only on parts, but also on the raw material, where we are actually looking at, whether it's lithium, cobalt, nickel, magnesium, where are these opportunities going to be in the next 5 to 10 years in Saudi, and how can we tap in strategically, to have them available to us.
Right, so it's a doubly Saudi vehicle in that case. If it's got Saudi materials in the battery, and it's made it at the plant in Saudi Arabia, which, as you said, has a capacity of 150,000. I mean, what we're told by people who see Lucid cars around the place is that people are very proud that there is this Saudi brand out there that's sort of flying the flag.
Definitely, we're the first car to bear that Saudi-made badge on it. So, which is amazing, because I think that brings that emotional connection that I was talking about earlier. We are the first OEM that is assembling cars already. The air and the gravity are being assembled as we speak in the plant, and then we are building that bigger CBU plant, which is going to be ready at end of next year. And I think this is why people are so attached to it, because they see it as their own brand, Lucid. And Lucid is trying to really do a lot of other activities. We are present in pretty much all the major events that happen. We are the car of choice when it comes to transferring VVIPs. We have a lot of the ministers driving the car. We have a lot of the VVIPs that are driving the car. So that really helps the cause also.
One of the things we've talked about quite a bit on this program is sourcing talent. And some of the companies we've spoken to have expressed, this is a bit of a challenge sometimes, finding the right talent. Are you struggling in that respect, or are you managing to find the people in the numbers you need with the expertise you need to make the cars and ultimately sell them?
Yeah, look, right now we have an SKD plant. The SKD plant is not a big operation. It's just assembling kits that are coming from Arizona. But we are working on a long-term basis. We started about a year and a half ago on this, where we wanted to take about 2-3 years to build that pipeline of the talent. So we signed a deal with Human Resource Development Fund, HRDF, for $50 million to be available to Lucid for 10 years' time to build that pipeline, where we take the Saudi talent, send them to Arizona, California, get them trained there, and then bring them back. So 3 or 4 batches of that have now already been in the system, and we've received those people back, and they're working proudly in our assembly plant, in our headquarters, regional headquarters in Riyadh, in King Abdullah Financial District. So the contribution is there. Now we're going to supplement that. We signed a deal with NAWA, which is the National Automobile Vehicle Academy in Cake. Again, it has Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry, PIF, a couple of the other OEMs representation. I also sit on the board on that. And basically, we try to formulate a curriculum so we can take students from high school, technical vocational centers to kind of come to this academy, go through a 6-month, 12-month program, and be ready on day one to jump on a Lucid job or one of the other OEM's job. So there is a systematic way of filling that gap. So the gap is there. There's no automotive manufacturing in the kingdom. So we realized that very quickly, and we worked with the government authorities and the academies. We just recently signed with TVTC in Dammam, in the eastern side of the country, the Technical Vocational Training Center, another deal that is also going to do the same thing on the eastern side of the country. So even though we're located on the western side, we will have coverage full country, because the pipeline is going to be from people moving into Cake. That's how I envision we're going to have thousands of people working, and they're all going to come from all over the country.
So as we sort of bring this conversation to a close, I'd just like to ask you whether you feel like attitudes, not just in Saudi, but right across the Middle East, are shifting when it comes to EVs, because this is, of course, an oil-rich part of the world. Do you see that happening?
Oh, definitely. I think I see now, not only on the passenger car side, with Lucid being here, and then, we have other OEMs that are now also coming into Saudi to manufacture electric vehicles. Their own brands here is there also. I also see a lot of electric buses. I see a lot of electric trucks that are making its way. So it's definitely real. I think, the region, once they make a decision, the policies follow it very quickly. And, the government makes sure it happens because, sustainability, environmental issues are real. You are getting hundreds of more tornadoes, in U.S., you're getting a lot more flash floods all over the world. So, change is really needed. And I think, Europe and U.S. started it, but other regions really need to jump in. And I think Middle East will play a major role. Pretty soon, we're hoping that some of the other continents around will also get onto this bandwagon. As electric vehicles become more affordable, it's not going to be a matter of choice. It's going to be a matter of necessity, basically, to change the attitude.
Okay, so Saudi obviously a key focus. What are the other markets in the Middle East that you're particularly zeroing in on?
We are already in UAE, United Arab Emirates. We have a retail outlet and a service location. We are rapidly expanding in UAE. We're actually rapidly expanding in Saudi as we speak. So those two core markets are going to continue to expand. Next year, you will see another 2 GCC countries coming live with Lucid. I will let you know what those are later. I'll save it for the next interview. But those two markets will be our core target for next year. And then we'll continue to do that every year, add 1 or 2 more markets.
Okay, we look forward to that. Just lastly, where do you see Lucid in 5 years from now? Let's say 2030 is upon us. Where would you like to be?
Well, I definitely see Lucid as well-established OEM by 2030. And the reason why I say that is we have a public investment fund of Saudi Arabia as one of our largest shareholder. And when they put their mind to something, they definitely make it happen. So there have been a great supporter. Secondly, our technology. Everyone wants our technology. We are the leaders in technology when it comes to battery and powertrain. And, that is definitely going to continue to keep us going. Further improvements for consumers. And thirdly, with our midsize and Gravity now coming out. So the Gravity is going to definitely get us more sales in the future because the total addressable market on Gravity is 4 or 5 times more than the Air. And then we have the midsize, which is just around the corner. It's a beautiful product. I've looked at some of the prototypes, amazing product. And when that comes out end of next year, we're going to have a lot of volume that we're going to capture.
All right, well, I think we're going to be keeping the conversation going over the coming months and years and really look forward to hearing more about Lucid's progress and expansion. In the meantime, thank you very much indeed to you, Faisal Sultan, the president of Lucid Motors Middle East.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's get some more analysis. And we are joined here in the studio by Ali Raza, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Ali. Always nice to have you here with us in the studio. Just what struck me from listening to Faisal Sultan there about Lucid is this sense of pride there in Saudi Arabia, that these cars, which are increasingly visible across the kingdom, are made in Saudi Arabia. That's a source of national pride, isn't it?
Without a doubt, Tom. I mean, it's a country that's been very energy dominant, and there's a set of industries that have been quite common in Saudi Arabia. But for the first time, we have Saudi-made EV vehicles hitting the ground, and some of the first vehicles that hit the ground were the Saudi police fleet, which was a Lucid fleet, and it's quite an interesting and I guess rewarding thing to see when the nation has been banding behind such an investment and project, and to see it come to life and actually grace the roads.
I mean, we're at the very beginnings, aren't we, of not just Lucid as a company, but of the sector, electric vehicle sector in Saudi Arabia. I mean, clearly, one of the things that I mentioned there with Mr. Sultan is, with the majority of Saudi people open to the idea of having an electric vehicle, it just goes to show that there are no barriers anymore to the idea, and enormous potential for this market.
Of course. I mean, electric vehicles around the globe have clearly become the mobility, the light mobility vehicle of choice, right? And we haven't quite adopted it as a world yet entirely, perhaps at the rate that some people would have liked to, but it's certainly becoming the mode of mobility for the foreseeable future. And the Saudi population has shown to be quite receptive of technologies that push the envelope, to be receptive of novel concepts. I mean, Saudi Arabia has a 97% digitalization rate of government services. It's one of the highest in the world. And there's clear evidence that the Saudi population will take on board new developments. Now, I mean, the EV industry is an interesting one, particularly for Saudi Arabia. Remember, just a few short years ago, and I'm talking 3 years, we had no EV industry. There were no EV vehicles being developed. This is not a 10, 20-year process where industrial players were lobbying the government and we had to procure capital and resources, and over several decades we built an industry. Saudi Arabia has seen the establishment of the EV industry, and we can say that now because the Lucid vehicles are on the road. We're expecting many more to come. We've seen the establishment of an industry in the space of a few short years. So I think if that's any evidence, I mean, that in itself shows that people are receptive. We have the landscape, the environment, the ecosystem to support this. I'll bet at an industrial level we have many more steps to go. But it's very clear that this is a segment, a sector that people will be receptive to, they will adopt, and the national efforts are supporting all of that in great volume.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, but people in Saudi Arabia like their cars, don't they? They like driving. The distances between places are quite significant as well, and sort of the car has been, a key part of life in Saudi Arabia. It's also, listening to what Mr. Sultan was saying there about Lucid, I mean, I can hear and see Vision 2030 sort of stamped all over it. Did you get that impression as well?
I think that's true of many of the initiatives in Saudi Arabia, and I think that is the excellence of the Vision 2030 initiative, but particularly the leadership behind it and the way that the people are receiving it. If you think about all the different sectors and all the different activities we've often discussed, they're all threaded together, right? Everything is threaded together and it's complementary. And of course, from time to time, you rebalance and redirect efforts, but everything's threaded together. Mr. Sultan mentioned that Lucid has a relationship, a partnership that's been established with EVIQ to support and accelerate the rollout of charging infrastructure in the kingdom. And similarly, there's a number of partnerships in place. I mean, Blacklane, which recently came into the kingdom, a European enterprise, has a relationship now with Riyadh Air and also EVIQ. And Lucid has a close relationship with Riyadh Air. So there's a lot of synergy between many of the public initiatives, and then the private sector bands together behind that as well in order to maximize the development of that industry. And, Vision 2030, I mean, it's many, many things, and we could have that conversation all day long. But one of the key tenets of Vision 2030, also, if we think about the underlying message, is for Saudi Arabia to go from being a consumer of technology to a producer of technology. And it's very natural to expect that the Vision 2030 mark is stamped all over Lucid as well.
Yeah, and those synergies and that sort of support structure, an ecosystem where all the companies are sort of supporting each other makes perfect sense as well. Mm-hmm. One of the other things that I wanted to just ask you about, because we've talked about this as well on the Real Deal, is finding the right people, finding the right talent, and that's something that I picked up on with Mr. Sultan there as well. I mean, it's one thing to be a consumer of technology, as you say. Being a producer of technology is a whole other story. Is there the right? Are there the right resources there in terms of the manpower?
Well, first you need the ambition, right? Then you need the strategy, and those two things are in abundance. Now, this is a question of local talent and global interest. Global interest is sky high. There is enormous demand and interest for people to come, work, and build in Saudi Arabia. Local talent is growing at an accelerated pace. Now, the way the Vision 2030 initiatives have been delivered through the activities of PIF and the many ministries and even the private sector in the kingdom, they follow a very common thematic or pattern if you pay close attention to it. Right? Establish well-regarded platforms, invest into great technologies, great ecosystems We won't always have all the talent available. We won't always have all the education and knowledge available. Naturally, this is something that grows through time. I mean, Germany didn't build around the combustion engine in the space of 3 years. It took time and decades to build the talent pool, the energy, the resources, the capital to see it through. Now, this is happening at an accelerated rate in the kingdom, but the pattern that you see consistently is establish a platform which is sizable, credible, has the technology and the ability to bring in high-quality people to the region, have them partner with the local talent, transfer knowledge, build capability, and you'll have a positive outcome. And I think that's taking place in great volume here as well.
And just lastly, and this is really where I started my conversation with Faisal Sultan about Lucid, is, you know, there are lots of players in the market, aren't there? And we see them everywhere. You know, the BYDs, the Teslas. I think BYD has now taken the top spot in terms of the largest number of deliveries of EVs of any EV producer. Hard to stand out in this industry when it's a crowded market. I mean, what do you make of the ambition to make Lucid, you know, really stand out from the rest of the competition?
Well, first I'll share, the personal opinion here. You should see the Lucid vehicles on the road. They look phenomenal. And, you know, Lucid is employing the best-in-class technology in their vehicles as well. Now, who has the better vehicle? You know, this is a matter of subjectivity and objectivity, depending on the audience, but Lucid is a phenomenal vehicle. Now, the automotive sector will always come with a competitive environment. You know, this is not a new trend or pattern. In Saudi Arabia, now we have Lucid. Sia will be released, hopefully, in a year or two. Hyundai will be building in region, but the vehicles are already available. Kia is available. BMW EVs are available. BYD, yes, has globally taken the lead on vehicle volumes past Tesla. And although Tesla announced the launch of its presence in April here in the Kingdom, BYD is going to give them a run for their money. So naturally, a competitive environment it's a healthy thing. It's a healthy thing. There is competition, but if, you know, as an organization, whether that's Lucid or anyone else, you continue to innovate, you build, you develop, and you partner with the relevant entities, and you partner with your customers in the appropriate way, you stand a great chance. I think, you know, in addition to the Lucid vehicle having incredible technology and a great story behind it, there's also the fact that it has the support of the public leadership, and it is such a critical piece to the industrial development programs under the Vision 2030 initiative. And as a result, we're seeing enormous investment into it, but also facilitation and support to ensuring that it is a success, not just in Kingdom, but across the globe. So I think that's where the story goes.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. A real pleasure talking to you, and as well to Faisal Sultan about Lucid. Thank you. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Hyther & Company. Thank you very much indeed to you.
Thank you.
And that's it from us. Thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Thanks for watching. See you again very soon.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes. He's speculating, yes. He wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said,
It's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets.
Yeah.
Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life. That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and to public sector arms, they will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to Counterpoints. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up tonight, a tentative ceasefire now in place in Gaza. All eyes are on Hamas. Will its future role involve disarmament? Then we'll take a look at the future of Gaza and the post-war roles for Tony Blair and President Trump. And lastly, we turn to Washington, where AIPAC is facing growing pushback as US politicians distance themselves from the pro-Israel lobby. Joining us for this debate is Jackson Hinkle, a political commentator and host of Legitimate Targets on YouTube, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. US Vice President J.D. Vance has urged Hamas to disarm during his visit to Israel. I'd like to start with you, Shabbos. Does Hamas need to disarm for this ceasefire to move forward?
Well, obviously, one of the preconditions of the ceasefire is Hamas disarming. In fact, the 20-point peace plan requires Hamas to disarm. The problem is not Israel. The problem, as always, is Hamas. Mohammed Nazal just 4 days ago said that Hamas will not disarm. They said they will continue to maintain control over Gaza's security. He said the ceasefire is only a temporary hudna, a pause to rebuild, strength to regain some breathing room. The people of Gaza clearly don't want Hamas in power, which is why Hamas is trying to kill any innocent man, woman, and child that allies themselves against Hamas in Gaza. Oddly enough, you don't hear any of the campus activists or the cultural elites who've been calling Israel's actions a genocide, who've been calling for the freeing of Palestine, who've actually been upset with Hamas killing innocent Gazan civilians. So Hamas must disarm. It's also worth remembering Hamas has been in violation of the ceasefire the minute they signed it by not releasing all of the hostages. Currently, the bodies of 2 Americans, Itai Chen and Omer Nutra, are still being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza, another direct violation of the ceasefire.
Your reaction, Jackson?
I think the world would be a lot safer if we gave Hamas intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear deterrence options. But as for the terms of the ceasefire, I think that Hamas should only enforce the ceasefire from their end fully if Israel will actually enforce the ceasefire from their end. And so far, Israel has not done that. Israel agreed to send in 600 trucks of aid and other materials into Gaza each and every day. So far, they're sending in roughly 89 trucks per day into Gaza. We've only seen, I believe, 600 or 900 trucks go into Gaza in total. They've supposed to be sent in 6,600 trucks already by now. When you look at the airstrikes that Israel has committed, I mean, this is an egregious violation of the ceasefire. They've killed roughly 100 Gazans already in just the first 10 days of the ceasefire through airstrikes and shootings. So I think that if Israel or if the United States wants Hamas to disarm, we need to see Israel make good on the promises that they signed their names to.
Shabbos.
Right. So my co-panelist just said that Hamas needs intercontinental ballistic missiles. So it's worth it to point out, and your audience should know, that just last week, Hamas executed 2 kids, Yosef Hassan and Zaid Hassan, along with their mother, Olfat Ajwa, because their father, Hassan Ajwa, joined an anti-Hamas militia group in Gaza. And my co-panelist believes that in response to the cold-blooded murder in the streets of 2 kids, we should actually give the terrorist group that killed those 2 kids intercontinental ballistic missiles. I understand that American political culture is a race to the bottom where we have to appeal to the lowest common denominator because that's what generates clicks and income and Twitter streams. But we're not dealing with an individual who is based in reality. We're dealing with an individual who's currently living in Moscow because he's under American investigation for providing material support to terrorist organizations. So ultimately, if you truly believe in peace for Palestinians, in peace for Israelis, you would ensure, like the majority of Israelis and the majority of Gazans, that Hamas is obliterated from the face of the earth. And we do not need white Westerners like myself or my co-panelist saying otherwise and actually encouraging Hamas to continue the resistance, to continue to fail its own people, to wage war that they have no hope of ever winning, to insist that women and children come second and fighters in tunnels comes first. You don't have to take it from me. Ismail Haniyeh and Yahya Sinwar said this repeatedly, that the priority when food does come into Gaza should be given first to the fighters, and only if there is extra you give it to civilians. So I'm of the opinion we should obliterate those individuals. For whatever reason, my co-panelist suggests not only shouldn't we, but we should actually arm them.
Back to you, Jackson.
Well, for such a litigious debate opponent here, I find it amusing that he would falsely accuse me of being investigated by federal authorities in the U.S. for anything, because that's just not true. I mean, I'm debating a guy whose claim to fame is suing Harvard University over anti-Semitism. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. But as for the individuals that Hamas is killing inside of Gaza, even Donald Trump has admitted that these are ISIS gangs inside of Gaza. What Donald Trump didn't admit is that they are funded and armed by Israel. So I don't know. I think if we had ISIS gangs rolling around America, they wouldn't be treated so well, especially if they were committing treasonous acts all across America and launching terror attacks all across America. So I think that Hamas is actually following in the American spirit by being opposed to ISIS. And, well, maybe they're actually enforcing the law and upholding law more firmly and fairly against terrorists than we do in the United States. In the United States, we welcome terrorists into the White House like Benjamin Netanyahu. At least Hamas has the ability to enforce the law.
Moving on to the next question, Jackson. If Hamas, if it does disarm...
Excuse me, can I just ask a very simple question to Jackson? He was saying that these gangs, he was just saying that these gangs are ISIS-affiliated gangs. So Yosef Hassan, I believe, was 13 and Zaid Hassan was 11. Can you please clearly articulate how that 13-year-old boy and 11-year-old boy were affiliated with ISIS?
Yeah, they probably had them as child soldiers. ISIS has been known to have child soldiers in Syria and Iraq, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were conscripted to commit terror attacks by their father. I don't have the exact details, but that's a sincere possibility. I think that it's very interesting that you are sitting here defending these ISIS gangs that President Trump has even called out. I don't know why you do that. I don't know why you're trying to paint them as innocent civilians. But I definitely have to question your judgment and the statements that you're making about these children if you're going to defend ISIS.
So when you keep calling them ISIS gangs, can you name 3 of the gangs? What are their names?
I cannot name the gangs, no. Can you name 3 of the Palestinian resistance organizations?
Easily. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Lions Front, Al-Nusra, Hamas, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Again, I understand that you generate income by just saying dumb shit constantly, but ultimately you don't know what you're talking about.
Do you deny that President Trump said they're ISIS gangs? Do you deny that President Trump said that they're ISIS gangs?
First of all, can you just respond to what I just said?
Well, you said, can you name 3 of the ISIS gangs? I'm asking you, do you deny that Trump said that these are ISIS gangs and Hamas basically has the right? They're not violating the ceasefire by dealing with them in this extrajudicial manner.
If the hill you want to die on is that a 13-year-old and 11-year-old boy should be publicly executed in cold blood by Hamas, if that's something you want to justify, then go for it. But ultimately, unfortunately, Hamas.
And if you want to die on the hill that you want to defend ISIS gangs, that's completely fine by me. I just question your judgment. Also, I mean, let's talk about judgment. You're a lifelong Democrat. Now you're saying that Trump is lying about ISIS gangs in Gaza. Frankly, I don't really think anyone should believe what you have to say.
Fine. So no one has to believe me. You're right, Jackson. But you keep calling them ISIS gangs. So given your expertise in the field of
President
Gaza
Trump
and
called them ISIS gangs.
Jihad, you're right. You're right. President Trump said it. So given your expertise in this area, can you name 3 of the clans in Gaza? Just 3. There are dozens, but name 3.
I trust the intelligence of the White House. I trust the intelligence of the Trump administration when it comes to this issue. I agree they are ISIS gangs.
So for your listeners, Jackson is unable to do it because when he's not in front of his Twitter account, he's unable to.
I know you don't trust the White House, but I trust the Trump administration.
Hang on. You know, it's interesting you say that you trust the Trump administration because anyone can go on your Twitter account where you explicitly state that you stand with Kim Jong-un, you stand with the Ayatollah who actually tried assassinating President Trump. You are emphatic that you're a communist. So I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I've spoke at the Republican convention. I spoke at Trump rallies. I registered voters. You're living in Moscow as a self-described communist. You prop up dictators who hate America. You have not found a Middle Eastern terrorist who there's a reason you're living in Moscow. It's because no one in America wants you. So go back to Twitter. You're not an expert. You don't know what you're referring to. You can't name not even one gang in Hamas because all you believe in is anti-West, anti-American, and obviously anti-Semitic narratives. And that's what makes your income, which again, go for it. But don't try to pretend that you're some geopolitical expert when you know nothing about the Middle East. I believe in freedom and democracy for all peoples in the Middle East. For whatever reason, you decided to align yourself with radical Islamic jihadists who kill 13 and 11-year-old boys.
Okay, Shabas, I want Jackson to respond, and then I'm going to move on to the next section. A quick response.
Well, I mean, it's hilarious hearing this come out of your mouth because you're the one that lied, stating that there was a higher proportion of children killed in the Syrian war, in the Vietnam War, and in the Korean War than there was in Gaza. But you've been corrected on that. I think you now understand that's not true. Hopefully, Katie Halper corrected you on that. But the truth of the matter is you're not American. You're a first-generation American. You've never denied that you have dual citizenship. I don't know if you do. Maybe you don't.
I'm not a dual citizen.
Intending on getting it. But the overwhelming majority – wait, I didn't interrupt you. The overwhelming majority of the American public does not support what Israel's doing. It does not support continuing to fund Israel. It does not support the fact that Israel employed Jeffrey Epstein to get politicians into blackmail rings with child sex traffickers to control our politicians. The overwhelming majority of Americans reject what you are, what you embody. And at the end of the day, you're really not an American, maybe by passport, but not in spirit.
Sure.
Moving on to the next question now, gentlemen, please.
Let me respond, and then we'll move on. I won't be taking civic lessons from someone who's currently living in Russia. So first of all, you say I'm a dual citizen. If you can prove that I'm a dual citizen, I will give you $500,000.
I did not say you're a dual citizen. When did I say you're a dual citizen? I said, I don't know if you're a dual citizen. You've never denied that you're a dual citizen. You studied for 2 years in Jerusalem.
And you never denied.
You've been on 3 different trips to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Who paid for those trips to Israel, by the way? Because you were meeting with government officials, you spoke in the Knesset, you met with the foreign ministry. I find it very interesting how many times you're going to Israel and you're specifically going there to try and convince American youth to be pro-Israel. You're pushing this propaganda on the American public, the American youth. But again, they're rejecting it because it's not in the American DNA.
Sure. So first of all, my meeting with the foreign minister of Israel was actually in New York. And if you want to talk about meeting with foreign dictators or individuals who hold anti-American hostilities, can you please articulate why it is you went to Iraq to meet with the Sayyid al-Shuhadi Brigade, which is an internationally designated terrorist group? So that's number one. Number two, I'm not a dual citizen. If you can prove that I'm a citizen of any other country, but you'll do it when I'm done talking. If you can prove that I'm a dual citizen of any country, I will give you $500,000. And if you can't prove it, then you give me $10,000 and I'll donate it to a charity of your choice. I can also say dumb shit. Can you prove that you're not under investigation? Although you actually are, which again is why you're living in Moscow. And when it comes to civilian death tolls, it's actually interesting because the Gaza-Israeli war has the lowest combatant to civilian death ratio of any modern war fought in modern warfare. And not only that, it actually has the lowest casualty count of any war fought in modern warfare. And you mentioned Korea, for example. Do you know how many civilians were killed in the Korean War?
Well, the numbers fluctuate greatly depending on who you ask.
I'm asking you, how many?
I'm not a historian on the matter. I mean, the numbers fluctuate greatly. Even when you look at the question of child deaths, child casualties in the Korean War, there are debates about whether or not, they're including the numbers of child soldiers, for example. So there's a lot of discrepancies over that. There's really no clear answer.
If Hamas disarms, can we trust Israel won't resume strikes or even the annexation of Gaza? The far-right minister, Ben Gvir, is already calling for renewed attacks now that the living hostages are back in Israel.
Well, they're already striking Gaza this week. I mean, they started to launch these airstrikes on Rafah. Everyone saw the footage. Everyone saw the photos. It's really horrifying. They've killed 100 Gazans since the ceasefire began. And why did they launch these strikes on Rafah? Was it because Hamas or any of the other Palestinian resistance factions violated the ceasefire? The answer is no. The answer, and this is confirmed by the White House and by the Pentagon, the answer is that some stupid Israeli soldier or some Israeli settler company was using a tractor, a bulldozer rather, near the Rafah border, and they happened to drive that bulldozer over an unexploded ordnance or an IED, something of that kind, and it blew up and they killed them. And then immediately Netanyahu went out and blamed Hamas. So if they're going to accidentally kill themselves and then blame Hamas and commit to airstriking Gaza, I don't think that the ceasefire is worth the paper that it's printed on.
Your response, Shabbos.
Yeah, it's interesting that Jackson says that. I'm wondering if he can respond. Hopefully the camera will be able to see this. This is in the Beit Lehi region above the yellow line, which is the demarcation line in Gaza. These are Hamas terrorists who have infiltrated past the yellow line, who then fired upon 2 IDF soldiers. This is 6 days ago. So I don't know where this tractor story came about, but can you please clearly articulate and explain why it is you have Hamas fighters with guns in hand who passed the yellow demarcation line? Go ahead.
No, you're so right, Shabbos Kestenbaum. That definitely shows exactly what you're saying. Just like the satellite photos showed that there were WMD in Iraq before we launched an illegal war and killed 1 million civilians there. Satellite photos, random videos on Twitter, they never lie. The White House and the Pentagon, they probably got it wrong. It probably, despite the fact that if Hamas fighters were there near that Rafah airport, they would have been actually behind Israeli military lines, and they would have had to have, I guess, hunkered out there in that position behind Israeli enemy lines for 8 months with presumably little to no food, water, provisions, anything like that, and then launched a surprise attack, ambush attack on Israeli positions just 2 days after, or a few days after the ceasefire was signed. This happened on Sunday. So no, sorry, I'm not going to take your random 480p video quality Twitter video into account when we have official confirmation from sources in the White House and in the Pentagon.
And just to add some extra context, I'm just going to add, please, I'm just going to add a small bit of extra context. The video that you just shared was from the official IDF account. I just wanted to put that in there as well.
Not only is it from the official IDF account, but it's interesting because Jackson was saying just a few moments earlier that Jackson trusts President Trump, and President Trump actually tweeted that specific video. So Jackson, if you can explain, when should we trust President Trump and when should we not trust President Trump? And again, given that you're an expert in the region, you mentioned the Rafah airport. I have no idea what you're referring to, given that Gaza has not had an airport in 20 years because it kept being used as a base for launching missiles. So again, if you can please clearly articulate, Jackson, when should we be trusting President Trump when he has said and articulated clearly that Hamas has been firing on IDF positions in violation of the ceasefire? And when shouldn't we trust President Trump? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the genius clarification. The Rafah airport has not been operational, and you can barely call it an airport, I guess, because of how long it's been non-operational, but that is where the Rafah airport used to be. So that is called the Rafah airport grounds. As for when we should or should not trust U.S. officials when they speak on sensitive matters related to, hot button geopolitical issues, I think a good rule of thumb is to identify when U.S. officials speak out against the prevailing norms in Washington, D.C. So the prevailing norm would be that the U.S. usually goes along with whatever Israel says. They usually don't have much, to say that's all that different from the Israeli Foreign Ministry, from the IDF, from Netanyahu himself. So when an American official or Trump himself or a Pentagon official comes out and contradicts an Israeli official, that's extremely rare. And I think that's worth noting, and maybe we should take a closer look at what they're saying because it's probably truthful.
Interesting. So we should only be trusting the president when he affirms your preconceived political notions. And again, given that this is not a random Twitter video, but this is actually a surveillance footage that President Trump himself retweeted of Hamas crossing out into the yellow demarcation line, can you please clearly articulate, A, why Hamas was doing that, and B, how that is not considered a violation of the ceasefire?
So how many days old was this video?
This is from October 19th, so not even 4 days ago.
Okay, so the attack occurred on October 19th, but it took several days for the United States, the Pentagon and the White House to come out to journalists and confirm that what happened was a bulldozer going over either an unexploded ordnance or an IED, again, near the Rafah border. So the video was out, but then they got the facts together and they realized that actually it wasn't Hamas. That's what you want me to try and pick apart here, because it seems quite linear and there's a chronological order as to the events of this story, which prove that there is absolutely nothing to do with the random black dots which you're passing off as Hamas militants in that video, and what actually occurred to the individuals that were killed on that day on October 19th.
I'd like to move on to our next section. I want to focus on What happens once the fighting ends and reconstruction begins? There has been many ideas floating around. One has proven very controversial. The former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, overseeing reconstruction and the political transition, the Shabos, is his involvement welcome?
Look, it really depends on whether the Palestinians and the Israelis have trust in Tony Blair. I mean, certainly the people of the UK don't have trust in Tony Blair. What I would say is this. Unfortunately, Palestinians, like all human beings on planet Earth, possess moral agency, right? They can make choices in life. And all too many of them made the choice in 2006 to elect Hamas. I wish that wasn't true. It is true. Unfortunately, not a single Palestinian, even in the face of a $5 million reward from the Israeli government, decided to reveal where a single hostage was being held. I know Jackson was speaking to a Hamas commander where he told them that actually hostage taking has been vindicated. So he actually believes that more Jewish babies like Fir Bibas and Ariel Bibas should be kidnapped into Gaza and held as hostage. But nevertheless, unfortunately, Israel's main priority is the safety and security of its own people, the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews that call Israel home. So if they have trust in Tony Blair, if they have trust in this intergovernmental coordination for the Gaza Strip, then so be it. But ultimately, we have to ensure that an event like October 7th can never happen again. We have to ensure that Hamas or any radical Islamic jihadist cult does not have the military capabilities or physical infrastructure to wage war against Israel or to harm their own population, which for whatever reason Jackson isn't supportive. But what I will say is it's very hard to get to point 18, 19, 20, and so on if we haven't even crossed point 1 of the 20-point peace plan, which would be the return of all hostages. And I'll remind you, which is what I said in the beginning, if Jackson is so America first, then I'm curious as to why he's not upset that the two bodies of Americans, Omer Nutra and Itai Khan, are still being held hostage by Hamas. Or why is it that Bipin Joshi, who's not Israeli, who's not Jewish, who's a Nepali citizen, he was kidnapped on October 7th. His body was held for more than 2 years. He was murdered in captivity and he was just released. The funeral was in Nepal yesterday. So I'm curious as to why Hamas took bodies, if this is just about the occupation, it's just about the settlements, it's just about Israel, it's just about the Jews. I'm curious why they beheaded Tanzanian workers with shovels. You can watch the video.
Let's allow Jackson to respond.
I'm curious why they kidnapped Nepal citizens. Sure.
How do you respond, Jackson?
I haven't heard that much Zionist cope in the Big 25 in a while. We're still talking about October 7th, I guess. Now, if we're going to talk about making sure another October 7th doesn't happen, I think we should make sure that there's no stand-down orders for the IDF, Israeli security personnel, if there's ever a future attack on Israel. If we want to make sure there's not another October 7th, we should make sure that, Israeli Apache attack helicopters don't rain hellfire down upon Israeli civilians and Israeli cars. But I guess we'll leave that to the side for now because that subject has been, I think, touched extensively. As for the issue of Tony Blair, I guess I agree with Shabus that Tony Blair governing over Gaza is ridiculous. This is a historic mistake. Tony Blair is so unpopular, so hated by the British people. He can't even walk on the streets of London. He illegally started a war in Iraq that was responsible for 1 million deaths. And in this Tony Blair, transitional government plan that they've created, they're talking about creating a blockchain hub in Gaza. They're talking about creating a man-made archipelago of islands off the coast of Gaza. They're talking about making it some tax haven. There's maybe a very small chance that's what the Palestinian people want for the future of their country, but I'm not a betting man. My religion doesn't allow for that. But if I was, I would say that's probably not what the Palestinian people want. They don't want to be represented by Tony Blair. And I think this is just yet another absolutely disgraceful chapter in the troubled history of the people of Gaza.
Shabos?
Well, again, it's interesting that Jackson will say that the Palestinians probably don't want Tony Blair governing them, and he's right, but the majority of the Palestinian people don't want Hamas governing them. So again, I'm curious, Jackson, why is it that we should listen to the Palestinian people that Tony Blair should not be running Gaza when the Palestinians say we don't want to be killed in cold blood by the dictatorial, tyrannical Islamic regime of Hamas? Then your response is, well, actually, we should be giving Hamas intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Because I think it'd be super based if Hamas had intercontinental ballistic missiles. But as to whether or not Hamas should be governing Gaza, I mean, that's a question for the Palestinians. In the Beijing declaration, the 14-point Beijing declaration with the 14 factions of the Palestinian resistance and different political organizations within Palestine, Hamas actually agreed in Beijing with the Chinese authorities that they would not be a part of the transitional government. So I don't know why you're making an issue out of this, trying to act like Hamas wants to control Gaza tomorrow or something, but they said that they would not be a part of the transitional government. I interviewed one of the Hamas Politburo members. I went to Doha, Qatar, and I asked him that very question. I said, are you going to be a part of the transitional government? And he said, no, we don't have any intent to be a part of it. So I think you're making an issue out of a non-issue.
So I would say two things very quickly. You accused me, or at least you insinuated, that I'm paid for by the Israeli government because I made numerous trips to Israel, leaving aside the fact that my family lives in Israel. So, of course, I was visiting my grandparents. It's interesting because, as you just admitted, you went to Doha to interview Hamas.
You're meeting with government officials.
For the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah. You went to Iraq to interview the leader of an internationally designated terrorist group. So I'd be curious to actually understand who paid for those trips to all of these terrorist hotspots. That's number one. Number two is when I said, why should Hamas have intercontinental ballistic missiles? You said it would be based, which I think really underscores the dumbing down of our society. When you have an individual who is propped up by Qatari bots on Twitter, who makes his entire income after saying outrageous and dumb things for the sheer purpose of saying outrageous and dumb things. And I got to say, shame on Al Arabiya, who platforms the lowest common denominator of our society. This is an individual who has the intellectual capabilities of a folding chair. The people of Gaza do not want Hamas, but Jackson Hinkle, who's currently living in Moscow, who has interviewed and expressed sympathies and support for every terrorist in the Middle East you can think of, he knows better than the people of Gaza. It's pretty shameful.
Your response, Jackson, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
He's still trying to claim that I said that Hamas is going to govern Gaza in this transitional government, that Hamas wants that. That's just not true. He can't even read a one-page document, the Beijing Declaration, apparently, but he's talking about me having a low IQ. Very interesting. As for why I earnestly believe that Hamas should have ICBMs, it's because it is, as we see in Iran, as we see in North Korea, as we see in China, Russia, you name it, missiles of this kind are a very good deterrent against any sort of foreign threats. And I support the sovereignty of the people of Palestine because they are humans. They have basic rights. And I believe that they should be able to have the ability to determine their own destiny, but they cannot do that. They can't even choose to have their own government if they're being invaded, occupied, and having Tony Blair thrust upon them by the Brits, the UK, and the United States and Israel. So again, that's why I think they should have it.
Sorry, go ahead. I just want to say
you brought up the
point of you keep saying that
you brought up the point of me going to Iraq, and you brought up the point of me going to Iraq and to Lebanon. I believe I'd also add that I took an amazing trip to Yemen, and I met with the leadership of Ansar Allah in Yemen. That was amazing. As you pointed out earlier on, you said I'm big money bags because I've got 3.6 million followers on Twitter. That is true. I have the capacity to pay for my own airfare. I get Turkish Airlines miles and miles points. So some of these trips, are based on points, which is pretty great. But I enjoy all these trips. I enjoy meeting these people, and I enjoy sharing their cultures and their political aspirations with the rest of the world.
So again,
from my
Jackson
perspective,
says,
gentlemen, I'd just like to say as well.
Can I just say one thing? When Jackson talks about the political aspirations of the Houthis in Yemen, which again is an internationally designated terrorist group, the actual slogan for the Houthis is death to America. So it's interesting that Jackson can say that he's America first and he trusts President Trump when the reason he's living in Moscow is because he was about to be under federal investigation for providing material support to actual terrorists who not only tried assassinating President Trump, like the Ayatollah in Iran, also the Houthis, who, again, if you can clearly articulate to me, Jackson, why is it that you express support for the Ayatollah who tried assassinating President Trump? And why is it that you express support for the Houthis, whose slogan is literally death to America? And when you talk about that you believe that the Palestinians have human rights just like any other people, I would agree with you, which is why I find it very odd that when I bring up Yosef Hassan and Ziad Hassan, a 13-year-old boy and an 11-year-old boy who were killed just last week by Hamas because their father was involved in anti-Hamas activities, you actually don't see a problem with that.
You're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself.
Because you don't have the intellectual ability to respond or refute to my claims.
Respond, Jackson.
I literally have respond. You're sewing out and repeating yourself now. So as for the question of, you said a lot there. As for the question of Yemen, you say their slogan is death to America. I mean, that's one part of their slogan. Yes, I went there. I'm an American. I only hold one citizenship. And they treated me quite well when I was there. I enjoyed my time there. So clearly it's not like death to American citizens. I think they mean death to American imperialism. And when I say I think, I mean I know because they told me that. As for what was something that you're talking about, the Americans that were fighting for Israel and their bodies being left behind in Gaza or something. Frankly, if there's any American who has been fighting for Israel in the IDF, I think they should immediately lose their citizenship. And I think they should be brought to the United States for war criminal charges. And I think they should be locked in a very tiny prison cell for the rest of their life. Was there anything else I missed there that you wanted me to address?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Evidently, you don't have the ability to comprehend more than 2 talking points. But again, if we could just go back to Yosef Hassan and Ziad Hassan, the 13-year-old boy and 11-year-old boy, I'm curious how you can compartmentalize the fact that Palestinians have human rights and they're human beings just like
child soldiers. Yes, the ISIS child. Okay. Right. Now we're going back to defending ISIS.
If you can please,
So this was literally the first topic that we discussed. But you keep repeating it because for some reason you really want to defend ISIS. Even though Trump said they're ISIS gangs, you want to continue to defend ISIS.
Because again,
very weird.
Again, this is what happens.
Very weird.
This is what happens.
Kestenbaum stands with ISIS.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't have your Qatari talking point.
Yeah, you do. Shabos Kestenbaum stands with ISIS. That's crazy. And you call yourself an American. That's insane. No wonder you're a lifelong Democrat. No wonder you voted for Hillary Clinton, or you supported Hillary Clinton. You supported Barack Obama. Not surprising that you also support ISIS, just like Obama did in Syria, by the way.
I'd like to move on to our next and final section.
You have to let me respond to his idiocy. It's interesting you talk about me supporting Hillary Clinton, which I didn't. I was actually a Bernie Sanders supporter, which is interesting because so were you. And I know you don't like when people remind you of that fact because it makes you look like an idiot. I am at least able to admit that I was 18 and I was naive, and then I had a functioning brain and was able to actually see that terrorist groups like the Houthis that call death to America, which you yourself have admitted is part of their slogan, is pretty bad. And again, it's interesting you talk about the need to strip Americans of their citizenship. I live in America. I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. You currently live in Russia. Okay, so you don't have the ability to start questioning people's patriotism. Why don't you come back to the United States and stand trial for all the federal investigations for providing material support to terrorist organizations? And again, if you can please provide 2 pieces of evidence as to how Ziad Hassan, a 13-year-old boy, was part of ISIS, which doesn't even operate in Gaza, that would be great. If you're able to provide the list of civilian casualties in the Korean War, that would be great. If you are able to provide the combatant to civilian ratio in the Gaza-Israeli war, that would be great. If you're able to provide the names of 3 clans that are currently operating in Gaza, that would be great. But you can't. Why? Because again, you have the intellectual capability of a folding chair. You are not able to respond to arguments. You're not a debater. You're a hack who says dumb shit on Twitter for money. So enjoy Russia. I will continue to enjoy my life in the greatest country of all, the United States of America, and any terrorist group that you simp to, whether it's the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran. I will loudly
is this like
stand
really
against. And I speak on behalf of millions of Americans when I say, take your communist Russian Houthi ass and stay in Moscow.
Whoa. That guy just went like, he went like full John McCain reincarnate on me. We're talking about moving to the next question. Wow. Okay. I'll just say,
a quick response.
I'll say one thing. I find it so interesting that I have not been made aware of this quote unquote federal investigation into me for allegedly visiting countries or communicating with certain political leaders. I don't know. I guess interviewing leaders is now illegal. But Shabbos Kestenbaum apparently has, the insider knowledge. Shabbos, do you have some special relationship with the FBI or the CIA or NSA that you want to inform the public about at this time? Because you keep saying this is happening. Easily. So how do you know exactly?
Yes. Oh, easily, because unlike you, I'm able to comprehend American law. It's illegal to provide material support to a terrorist organization. It violates USC Code 113, I believe. You have been on the record for your support of the Houthis.
You're just making stuff up. So you're saying that it's illegal to interview world leaders, but CNN and Vice News can go interview Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Hayat al-Sham in Syria. So that's fine. But if I interview legitimate governments and their presidents or their foreign ministers, then that's illegal?
No, it would be illegal to provide material support, which is what you've done. It's also illegal to physically abuse your wife, which you have done. Again, there's a reason that you're living in Moscow. It's because
I don't even have a wife. This guy is so insane. I don't.
You got divorced because you kept abusing her. Because you got divorced because you abused her.
He made his entire political legacy. Look, the most surprising thing about this whole interview is that there's actually a person named Shabbos Kestenbaum, and your entire
That's not how you pronounce my name.
Claim to fame is that you literally sued Harvard for anti-Semitism. Bro is never beating the stereotype allegations.
I want to move on to the next section, gentlemen. Please. We're just running out of time. We're just running out of time. Okay. A very quick response.
First of all, my name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. Learn how to pronounce it. Second of all, yeah, we sued Harvard and we got a federal district court, Judge Richard Stearns, to actually agree that our claims had validity, and we won. So if any American is watching this, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, if your civil rights are being denied to you, then you should absolutely take the court of law into your own hands, and that you should ensure that elitist billionaire institutions like Harvard or Columbia or elsewhere are held accountable. That's number one. Number two, Jackson, you're right. You don't have a wife. That's because she divorced you because you physically abused her. Everyone can Google Jackson Hinkle wife. Everyone can also Google.
I've never had a wife. I don't know why he. And
I don't know as well legally if those are allegations as well.
Listen. If your I guess your line for success and truth is based on whether or not you get a successful court hearing in an appeal or something like that. By your own logic, that would mean that Jeffrey Epstein was vindicated of his crimes that he committed on behalf of Mossad because he got a plea deal in Florida after sex trafficking a bunch of little girls. So, no, the law is not always fair and correct. And the Trump administration and their Zionist pawns had a big influence on that settlement that you're discussing.
Really? So can you please clearly articulate how the Trump administration resulted in the settlement between me and Harvard University? Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Trump administration was threatening to withhold in the long term $9 billion in federal funding for Harvard over anti-Semitism.
You are wrong because our court case was decided well before that. So go ahead, try again.
So you think that the Trump administration just announced that on day one, or do you think that there was probably private negotiations going on behind the scenes, as there always are in matters like this? You weren't the only lawsuit. There was a number of lawsuits, which were even settled before yours, if I'm not mistaken. This was a months-long negotiation that was started by the Trump administration before he even entered office. So I don't really.
I have to interject here, gentlemen. It's getting extremely personal. I want to drag us back to the debate, which is why I brought you both here. The Gaza war has shifted political discourse globally, especially in the West. In Washington, backlash against Israeli lobby group AIPAC is growing. The Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton has just returned AIPAC's donations. I'd like to come to you, Jackson. Why is this happening, and is this the new normal?
This is happening because Seth Moulton realizes that it is unpopular to take money from AIPAC. Unfortunately, for many American citizens, they're going to be duped into believing that any politician who does this is, in effect, not taking money from pro-Israel lobby groups in the United States. There are many pro-Israel lobby groups. There's federal ones. There's state ones. So I don't really know if denying AIPAC donations means a whole lot. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's worth noting that pro-Israel lobby groups donate more money to politicians and political campaigns and political causes than any other country on the face of the planet, who, by the way, every other country on the face of the planet has to register as a foreign agent under FARA if they are going to intervene in U.S. politics in this manner. For some reason, Israel doesn't have to do that. I know JFK tried to change that when he was president, then he was killed. And not too long after he was killed, the Department of Justice from the Johnson administration revoked that request that was going through to make AIPAC's predecessor register as a foreign agent.
How do your assumptions?
Sure. Yeah, I'd say two things. First of all, the Federal District Court in Massachusetts and our judge, Judge Richard Stearns, he actually ruled that our case could go to trial in July of 2024 when Joe Biden was still in office. So again, this is the problem with low IQ individuals like Jackson Hinkle. They say stuff. When you ask them basic questions, they're unable to respond. So for example, you just said that AIPAC is the largest provider of lobbying funds. Do you know how much money they gave last year? Take a guess. Do you know?
I didn't say that AIPAC was. I said pro-Israel lobby organizations are the number one foreign influence in U.S. politics compared to any other country that intervenes in U.S. politics and has to also register under FARA.
Okay, so let me ask you a basic follow-up question. Can you name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups and then how much money they've spent, given you just made the claim?
How much money they've spent?
I don't track.
I'm not on open. I'm not on open secrets 24 hours a day reading all of the new FEC filing reports of these different Jewish organizations. I'm not that crazy. You have AIPAC, you have J Street, and California. You have the California Jewish League, I believe, which just got a bill passed in the California state legislature. I believe Gavin Newsom hasn't signed it yet, but they're creating some anti-Semitism czar to oversee anti-Semitism in all California public schools. But no, sorry, I cannot give you their exact expenditure amount to the date. Sorry.
So then it's interesting. So then it's really interesting, though, that you would say that they have spent more than every other foreign lobbying group when you can't even name the amount that they have spent. And also, you specifically said foreign lobbying. Last I checked, California's in the United States.
It's a well-known
foreign lobbying.
It's a well-known fact.
Name 3 foreign lobbying groups.
Spend more than anyone else. Literally, Miriam Adelson spent like $100 or $200 million on the Trump campaign in 2024. She was, I think, the second biggest spender in the entire election cycle, and she put it all to Trump. So it's very clear that pro-Israel lobby groups, pro-Israel, also individuals, if you include Miriam Adelson, which I initially was not including Miriam Adelson, they are the biggest spenders.
Sure. So again, you just made the claim that foreign pro-Israel lobbying groups have outspent every other foreign lobbying group. I'm asking you 2 basic questions. As someone who calls himself a journalist, you should be able to answer. Can you name A, the amount of money they've spent, or B, can you name 3 foreign lobbying pro-Israel groups? Miriam Adelson is a person and she's an American. The California California Jewish lobbying group is based in California. So can you please name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying?
That's a U.S. state. What does that have to do with anything? And also, by the way, I don't know.
Because you made the claim.
Understand this, but there are actual campaign contribution limits on how much an individual person can donate to any given politician. So Miriam Adelson didn't actually directly contribute directly to the Trump administration. In some ways she did through political action committees, but in other ways, she did it through other means, through dark money channels, things of this nature. But you know what, Shabbos Kestenbaum, you're right. I believe actually I got it completely wrong here. I think that actually Papua New Guinea or Burkina Faso is probably the number one foreign country intervening in U.S. politics and donating to politicians. Definitely not Israel. I don't know why I said that. It's probably like Vietnam or something. You're right.
So again, for all of the listeners who've been following the debate, which I can't imagine is too many at this point, every time I've asked Jackson a normal, rational follow-up question to claims he has made. So for example, when he had said that more civilians died in Gaza than Korea, I said, okay, well, how many civilians died in Korea? He's not able to tell me.
I never said that. I said it's a higher proportion of children. I never said that more civilians died in Gaza than Korea.
Try not to interrupt, buddy.
Never said that.
Okay.
I don't misinterpret your words. I never said more civilians died in Gaza than in Vietnam or Korea or anything like that. I said there was a higher proportion of child deaths in Gaza than in Korea, than in Syria, or than in Vietnam, which is something you claimed was not true. And then you got corrected live on Piers Morgan, and you were made out to be a clown. Now you're trying to mince my words and make people think that I said something I didn't say.
We're just out of time, gentlemen. I'm going to have to jump in there.
Question. Can you name, wait, let me ask one last question. Because again, Jackson, you should made another claim. Can you name what the child or civilian combatant ratio?
Bro's trying to be Matan Evans out here. Can you name 5 books to the OnlyFans girl? Trying to be Matan Evans out here. Listen, have a normal debate, talk about the facts. You know what the facts are. You know Papua New Guinea isn't the number one foreign donor of U.S. elections. Get real and stop lying about the child deaths in Gaza.
So again, you just made a claim. I just want to understand your claim. You said that the Syrian civilian or child combatant ratio was lower than in Gaza. If I want to believe that claim, can you please tell me what was the civilian or child ratio in the Syrian civil war?
The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights says it's 4 to 5%. The United Nations says it's 12%.
Great. You just make shit up. It's unbelievable. So again, for all of your listeners, there's a reason Jackson.
You want to fact check me on that right now? Look it up. Why when I answer your question, is it just not believable now? Because those are 2 real organizations that put out those
making up numbers.
Real statistics. They're not made up numbers. Those are what their reports actually said about the Syrian war.
So
what
again,
do you want me to do?
Every single time I've asked Jackson,
you can read the reports.
Time I've asked Jackson a straightforward question, he can't answer, or he'll just make up numbers. The reality is that the war in Gaza has had the lowest civilian to combatant ratio in the history of modern warfare. That's number one. Number two, I'm not a fan of AIPAC. Politicians can take whatever money they want. Yet when Jackson makes a ludicrous claim that the pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups have spent more than every other country, but then he's not able to name 3 pro-Israel foreign lobbying groups, I'm somewhat suspect to his claims.
We're just out of time. I'm going to have to end it there. So thank you to our panelists for joining the show tonight. Jackson Hinkle, political commentator and host of Legitimate Targets on YouTube, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube, and don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump gets a royal welcome in Japan ahead of meeting Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi. US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela. And Argentina's President Javier Milei wins his country's midterm election after a $40 billion boost by President Donald Trump. Now, US President Donald Trump has arrived in Tokyo on the second stop of his tour of the Asia-Pacific region, where he'll meet with Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Kataichi. It comes hot on the heels of a triumphant visit to Malaysia, where Trump was praised for his coverage and tenacity in promoting peace in the Middle East. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami. Jono and Rawia, thank you so much for joining me, and also for Jono for holding the fort last week.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, great to be back on the table with you. Jono, let's start with you. So we've seen Donald Trump. He was in Malaysia doing some fabulous dancing, and now he's moved on to Japan, where he's had a royal welcome. He's even wearing a gold tie. This has been so positive for him so far.
It's been a positive trip. I think it will continue to be, but he's really ticking all the boxes. If there's time, we'll see him meet with Kim Jong-un as well, which would be very impressive. We'll see him meet with Xi Jinping, which you know is on the cards already. But I think the whole trip that we're seeing right now play out is this attempt to firm up bonds with Japan. Japan, I think, is also playing this very, very smart. And now with Sanai Takaichi currently gone into power, there are some similarities between both her premiership and also his presidency. So I think there may be some common ground that they will find there as well. But yeah, an audience with the Emperor, really a red carpet rollout is what's happened so far. High praise from the new Prime Minister who's there as well. It's a calculated show of respect. And I think Japan currently needs the US because it relies heavily on China. China and Japan have had a fraught history. We know that. There's even still contested areas, including that island that's just in the East China Sea, which has caused some contention for the last number of years. So we know that there is no real love lost. But they rely on each other very heavily from a financial point of view, from an economic standpoint. And I think what we're seeing here is the realism from the US that should things not go so well between Russia and the US, or between China and the US, who knows how things may progress in the next couple of years and months of this presidency, that Japan on side is a real firm, solid partner to have in Asia. And I think Donald Trump is no fool, and he knows that that is certainly a nice, solid place to be. And if he can be in the middle of Tokyo and say, right, I am here, I know exactly who the people are, and I've dealt with them already, he's solidifying himself in that Asian market from a terms of trade. He's been very, very flexible and very generous, in fact, with the trade and tariffs that he's agreed with Japan, 15% versus much, much higher, 30% for the neighbouring countries. He sees them as a very valuable asset. And I think that's the right thing to do right now in the region. And that's why he got the big guns out, quite literally, with the dance moves. The trademark Donald Trump dance move, of which there's only one. We got to see all of that in Malaysia. And I think that's what this tour is going to be all about. It's about making those connections just in case things should go wrong and in case he needs allies that are in Asia.
And meeting the Japanese emperor, another big thing that we know will impress Donald Trump. And also the first female prime minister of Japan, a big test for her just 2 weeks after winning the election. But like you said, always been traditionally close allies. He loves Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister of Japan. We know the new leader is very closely aligned to Abe's politics. So things really looking positive if we want to look at it that way on the second leg of the Asia tour. But what has been the financial effect of this visit? Because just looking at the markets today, Japan's Nikkei closed the highest it has done ever. So a big surge there. US markets super optimistic today too, ahead of the talks with Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. Hopefully the US-China trade war that we've been seeing can dampen down, but so much happening on the financial front.
Well, generally the markets, whether in Asia or in the US, have closed on a rise, especially because of this tour. And not just because of that, because of the announcement of reaching a trade framework between the U.S. And China in the past 24 hours. That also had a very positive effect on the markets. But if we talk about the financial repercussions, let's say, of this tour, they are very lucrative. We're talking about many deals on trade, on critical earth minerals with 4 Southeast Asian countries, only during the first stop of Donald Trump, which is in Malaysia. Also, when it comes to Japan, Trump has already secured a $550 billion investment pledge from Tokyo, possibly in power grids or in other areas. Also, the new Prime Minister, who is, as you said correctly, she's already in favor with President Trump because she was close to the previous Prime Minister who was assassinated, who's also a close ally to President Trump. So the new Prime Minister is hoping also to further impress President Trump by pledging to buy and purchase more U.S. pickup trucks, soybeans, gas, and other commodities. And also, apparently, the two countries are going, at least when it comes to Japan, they are going to sign a memorandum of understanding on investment in shipbuilding as well. So this is just sort of so far into this trip. We're expecting to see more deals as Donald Trump also goes to South Korea on Thursday. Maybe a breakthrough. I mean, they have reached a trade framework, breakthrough trade framework between China and the U.S., so probably that will be solidified as well during this visit.
And it's really interesting because earlier I spoke to economist Laurie Laird. I asked her if the financial optimism was warranted. Take a listen to what she told me.
The market seems to believe that there is ample reason to buy not only U.S. stocks, we're into record territory for the main U.S. indices. Japanese stocks closed at a record high today. Chinese stocks are surging. Europe has lagged a little bit, but still up on the day. Is this optimism warranted? This trade, the contours of the trade deal that looks like it's coming to be between China and the U.S. is pretty thin gruel. There's enough there for both leaders to unwave, documents with a flourish and say that they've got the better of their opponent and they have, averted trade Armageddon for a short period of time.
So there is reason to be optimistic, Jono, when we have a look at this tour. And, of course, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are hopefully due to meet. That's all the smoke signals coming out. And we heard today from the foreign minister in China saying they have a close relationship. They respect each other at least. So that's where we are now. We've got this framework. But should that optimism be warranted? Because there's also lots of concerns over the critical minerals exports that could happen. There's still a lot to iron out when it comes to the US and China.
There is, and I think that's why this Japan trip is also so important and pivotal in this entire Asia tour. Because if he cannot find that friend that he requires, and if he turns the Chinese trade deal into a foe more than anything else, he's going to need Japan more than ever. And I think he'll find some common ground when he's there as well. Takashi has started off her premiership by saying that she is looking heavily into getting illegal immigrants out of the country. That's probably one of the main things she's going to do, and she's started doing already. She has very much been media savvy from the get-go, very like Donald Trump, two very different backgrounds. He's a TV businessman. She is a lifer politician. She has been all along. So I think they'll find some common ground in terms of MAGA versus Japan and what their move towards this strong Japanese sovereignty and also defense as well. And I think he needs to make sure that the other meetings that he has when he's there are going to be beneficial to the US, because the China trade deal, let's be honest about it, it may end up being that the deal that Donald Trump wants, or the deal that China wants, that neither party are satisfied at the end of this. And you could end up with him leaving this entire Asia tour being none the wiser, and certainly having no deal and nothing on paper that says things are now better between China and the US. We have to realise that, bringing back that semiconductor chat from previously, again, that's still pivotal, that's still instrumental. I think he needs to look at the other options. And plus, and this is something that I read about today, the AI advancements that the US is making, when you take into consideration versus Asia, there is no real comparison. They are leaps and bounds and years ahead. Donald Trump is no fool and is fully aware of the fact that he will require Asian intelligence, quite literally, in order to be able to power US AI. And if China's not going to be the person who provides him with that resource, then maybe Japan can be, because they also are quite advanced when it comes to that, semiconductor technology and advancements. He will look to see them as a firm partner in Asia. And while he's there, he'll tick as many of the boxes as he can. For sure, we're not heading to North Korea for a trade deal, so that's more of a let's go and have a chat, see if there's anything else that we can iron out and negotiate, again, to try and keep the peace, because meanwhile, in Russia, Vladimir Putin and him will still have those meetings to take place. So who knows how that pans out? I think he's hedging bets and seeing what comes up trumps.
If I may add another thing also with talking about ticking boxes, also the new prime minister in Japan is also planning to increase the defense spending to up to 2% of the GDP. And this is actually what President Trump has been talking about, nudging Japan to do this, because he's saying that with the tensions in the region, with Taiwan and China, this is absolutely necessary. And I think that solidifies, if that happens, that will solidify this alliance with between the US and Japan, especially now facing China. But having said that, I think the fact that the trade talks have been between China and Japan have been stalled for a while. This push to get something done before this Asia tour for Trump, it was for a reason, basically. I think it was preparing that hopefully he's trying to emulate the same scenes that happened with the Middle East and the Gaza peace deal, that, he is a person who gets things done. Ahead of his trip, he will get this done. And therefore, they have announced the trade framework between China and the US. And I think they will sign off on it and possibly reach something, push more to reach a good deal.
Yeah, absolutely. He is the deal maker, as Donald Trump likes to be known as. And also, I think something that we should watch out for when Xi Jinping and Trump meet is a TikTok deal, because we can't forget they still haven't resolved TikTok yet. So lots to watch out for. Thank you for your thoughts on that, Rawia and Jono. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said an Israeli strike on Gaza didn't violate the ceasefire. Speaking on board Air Force One, Rubio told reporters Israel has a right to self-defense as part of the agreement brokered by Washington, Egypt and also Qatar. Israel confirmed they struck an Islamic Jihad group over the weekend after accusing them of planning an attack. Let's start with you, Rawia, because this is something that we should be looking at. And Islamic Jihad has denied it was planning an attack, but the strike comes just as Rubio basically left Israel, didn't it?
True. It was very timely, and I think that the timing was chosen very, very carefully. It sends different messages, or many messages, to different sides. First of all, it sends a message to Hamas and the Islamic Jihad and other factions in Gaza that Israel will, if it deems necessary, if it feels that there is a threat, it reserves the right to conduct any strikes against any militant in Gaza, exactly as it's doing in Lebanon. Another message it's sending is to Washington and the other mediators that Israel reserves the right to act in self-defense and to conduct preemptive strikes when it deems necessary. And that's exactly what Marco Rubio reiterated. And he said that we do not consider this as a violation of the ceasefire, and Israel has the right to defend itself if it deems necessary. Now, choosing the timing that it is, if it had been done before the visit or during the visit, before actually Rubio left, then I think that would have probably caused international outrage or negative reactions. It would have also been seen as jeopardizing the diplomacy. While doing it just after he leaves, it actually in a way puts it within the context of this peace process and the diplomatic process, and it gives it kind of legitimacy, as if the US is giving it legitimacy because it happened just after he left.
There's so many difficulties with the ceasefire, so it's been in for just over 2.5 weeks, somewhere around there. And we see Hamas unable to return all the remains of hostages, Israeli hostages. One more will be returned to the families today. That's been a very difficult point in the ceasefire negotiations. Jono, now we're seeing this attack too, and not so much aid coming in. It almost feels like we're in the same position in a weird way.
I think, in fact, we may be heading towards some sort of a situation which is worse, because now we haven't seen the aid flow in that's required. We're not seeing the equipment flow in that's required as well. In Rawi area, it's mentioned that I think Egypt have been allowed to send in some number of heavy machinery in order to assist with the excavation work. While that's taking place, currently up until now, Hamas have been the threat. That's what everyone was looking for. Now there are no less than 8 factions, potentially countless others that are ISIS-linked, that we are unaware that are operating. PIJ, DFLP is in there, PRC, Fatah. They are now all pretty much factions that are all at risk of things becoming at boiling point and spilling over the edge of this. So there's a big, massive concern that that may happen. And I know that there's been that mention of civil war, because we don't have any people on the ground who are keeping the peace right now, who are making sure that that's not happening. We've got this yellow line, the demarcation line that's there. Israel's not going past that line, but missiles have been sent through. Missiles have been sent within the country as well, from what we're hearing. And again, these are unconfirmed reports of what's taking place inside the country. And there are still the civilians and the citizens who are suffering most because of this, without any health care, without any provisions being sent to them. And that's the concern. So are we better off now in the fact that it's difficult to know who's at fault and who's responsible? And now we hear Israel sending for what they believe is a suspicion or on a hunch that they're going to go in and once again attack people who are innocent civilians. It's a concern.
I think at least the most important thing, that the mass killing has stopped. Okay, there are still casualties every single day in Gaza. Civilians are still falling, but at least the numbers are less. And there is, the grand scale war has stopped. But you're absolutely right. On a humanitarian level, not much has changed. Not much aid is coming in. And if it is coming in, it's not reaching everyone that is in need of it, which is probably everybody in Gaza.
The Rafah crossing remains closed.
Yep.
And that's something else that has to be looked at. And many people are saying, why? When is things going to change and the flow of aid go through? But then again, this is where it's very difficult with the ceasefire framework that people are working with. But John, King Abdullah of Jordan has said countries would reject enforcing peace in Gaza under the current plan. So how will this international force actually work? Because I feel like this is a question we've been asking since we saw the ceasefire deal.
Quite literally $1 million question. But King Abdullah is right. The idea and the idealization of an international stabilization force sounds amazing. On paper, that sounds wonderful. But few nations will actually want to send troops into a volatile Gaza. If things have calmed down and things are now no longer so fraught, then yes, potentially. But there's no clear mandate. There's no clear political backing that's in there as well. There's all of these issues that are still contentious in Gaza. So even traditional peacekeepers that you would normally see going in on the ground, and Jordan is one of those, they're cautious, and they're right to be cautious, because I think sending in troops at a time like this is very, very difficult. There are a few players in the game. We've heard of the Indonesia chat that's been there. A new one that I hadn't heard of up until today is Azerbaijan is in the mix here as well, in talks to perform part of the proposed multinational force. Egypt has been named in there as well. I do think Egypt are in a difficult predicament when they find themselves, Egypt, Turkey, realistically, if you look at Qatar, UAE, also in a predicament where it might be tricky to send troops in, given the ties that they've had, given the Abraham Accords, given everything.
Not just that, I mean, Israel has, it's quite reserved when it comes to Qatari or Egyptian troops, or Turkish, definitely, inside Gaza. They have a lot of reservations, and they're not keen on that. What I found really interesting in what King Abdullah said, that he made the distinction between peacekeeping forces and peacemaking forces. He said everybody would be on board if it's a peacemaking force, which is basically to assist and to train local police force to control the Gaza Strip from a security standpoint. But and that is the peacemaking. But the peacekeeping, it is basically, foreign troops with guns, with weapons, patrolling the streets of Gaza, trying to control the situation on a security level. And that is what he said nobody is interested to do. That's for sure.
And I think the push on that, we've seen the US is not going to be the one responsible for this. This is going to be UN-led, Arab-backed, I would think, coalition, and goodness knows where they're going to come from, but that's what needs to go in there. It's not going to be US-branded troops that go in there and sort this out as well. Jordan has been instrumental in both evacuation, but also in those humanitarian corridors, in field hospitals, safe passage locations and logistics behind that. So they have been instrumental thus far. But I feel like, and a lot of countries will feel that that's the maximum that they can go to without putting troops at risk. And as long as that continues, unfortunately, like I said, it's the civilians, the Gaza public, who are suffering horrendously because of this. It's unfortunate, but that's what's happening. I don't see the UN stepping up to the fore on this either. I don't see that being the case until we're on phase 2. And currently, we're not even past phase 1.
Very difficult situation there, definitely. Jono and Raria, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. US warships have docked in Trinidad and Tobago as the Trump administration increases military pressure on Venezuela and its president. Trump accused Maduro of being the leader of an organized crime gang and carried out 3 more strikes on alleged drug cartel boats. Today, the Venezuelan vice president also announced the arrest of alleged CIA-linked mercenaries. Raria, there is a lot happening at the moment. We also know a big US warship has arrived in the Caribbean, and tensions are undoubtedly rising between the two countries. But if Trump authorized covert operations, how much power do the authorities in Venezuela have at all?
Let's break down first what is a covert operation. It's one country deciding to perform an operation secretly in a different country, usually through their intelligence agencies. In this case, we're talking about the CIA. So it is, let's make it clear that under US law, covert operations by the CIA mainly require presidential authorization. So they are definitely authorized by President Trump. They also require to notify the Congress of these operations, not necessarily, and that's through certain intelligence committees, not necessarily to disclose the nature or the details of the operation, but the Congress need to be notified. Another very important thing to fact to point out, that under international law, it's illegal for any country to basically conduct any covert operations on foreign soil or the soil of another country. Yet, in practice, powers, usually major powers in the world, have done that many times. What can the Venezuelan government do? In practice, not much. But it depends on many factors. First of all, on intelligence, whether it's able to collect intelligence to conduct arrests like the arrests we're talking about. Also, depends on the territorial control, because the Venezuelan government can control the cities, has full control over the cities, big cities, Caracas and other cities. But there are certain areas that, especially close to the border, that are very hard to police.
But the interesting thing is, obviously, we're hearing this from Venezuela. How true is it? How much do we, that's the reality of it. How true is it, the fact that it's alleged CIA-linked mercenaries? It's all alleged at the moment,
that is the thing. We don't know.
We just don't know.
And we don't know either the boats that are being targeted by the U.S., the Venezuelan whether they do carry drugs, and this is part of the war on drugs or not.
Absolutely.
We don't know.
It's the unknown, but the Trump administration will say that the boats it is taking out in international waters in the Caribbean is linked to narco cartels. But, I mean, the questions are still there, and it's those answers we're looking for.
Why not hit up Colombia then? It's so far down on the grand scheme of what are suspected to be the imports of drugs, whatever they may be. And we know that this administration has cracked down on things like methamphetamines and fentanyl, which are not really being imported from South America. We can be sure that it's cocaine that's been imported from South America more than anything else. And realistically, 10% of anything that makes it to the street in the US is what's been routed through Venezuela. It is such a tiny amount.
And it's really
Guatemala, there's a country that's bringing in the majority of the drugs.
And I spoke to a former Ecuadorian minister a little bit earlier when we do talk about this, and I asked him if the US airstrikes on the boats were carrying drugs. Take a listen to what he told me.
We have no information. The United States has provided zero information on who these people are and whether they're carrying drugs. And if they are carrying drugs, they're very likely to be, in the event they're carrying drugs. And a lot of people, again, are saying not necessarily. And if they are carrying drugs, you would imagine that it would be in the US's interest to detain these people who may have information. They're very likely to be very low-ranking members, not even members, maybe just quick hires for the cartels.
So, Jono, there's a lot of speculation, and this has been the speculation many analysts are talking about, is does Donald Trump and the US administration want regime change in Venezuela? Is this basically the end game of this?
I mean, theoretically, it's possible that the administration could overthrow the government in Venezuela. Practically speaking, it's very risky. I mean, this has opened up a whole stack. It's a can of worms that I don't know if this administration necessarily needs. The covert operations that we're hearing about now it's the most aggressive US posture that we've seen in the region in years there. So it is for sure a shift up in gear. Are we going to see troops get on to I don't think that's going to happen. I think this war is going to be fought at sea. Realistically, if we look at what's going to happen on the ground, I don't think we're going to see much more beyond this as well. In saying that, Venezuela have not really got the ability to fight back. If we see anything, it'll be militia. And we're hearing that Venezuela are currently rallying troops for militia, which would be the main force we'd see fighting back. And effectively, that's just cartels getting together with different cartels and fighting the war on behalf of the country. So the ideal would be to weaken Maduro's government as opposed to overthrow him or oust him completely. He's already on shaky ground. And again, this story, because it's been so to the back burner of everything else, is news to me. So on the basis of somebody with fresh eyes looking onto it, you can see from looking in his popularity, where it stands, the fact that he's on shaky ground politically, the fact that he's unrecognised by so many places. This may be an easy win for Donald Trump and the administration.
It could be an easy win for the opposition leader who actually won the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to President Trump.
And she did indeed, and that was for democracy, for fighting for democracy in Venezuela. And also, John brought up a really good point there, but the US is among many nations that do not recognise Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate leader, and that's after the last election in 2024, which was widely dismissed as neither free or fair.
But it's hard to think that this would be a reason for President Trump to attack the regime.
But if you also look at the Trump administration, if we're looking at it from the side of what we think that they would say and what they have said, and they've come out and said, is this is the war on drugs. It's on narco cartels. Donald Trump has been absolutely adamant that this is what they're going to stop, drug-related deaths on the streets in the US, and they're going to basically crack the cartels to make life better for the people in Venezuela.
But then if that is the case, then we should be hitting up, as I said, Guatemala, it's tenfold. The amount that comes in is tenfold. Colombia, Peru, Bolivia.
Ecuador. We have to remember also that Venezuela has oil, it has copper, it has
great natural minerals, but it also has something that not many other countries in South America have. It is great Russian-Chinese ties and relations. So that is something, and that's a power shift, and it's certainly a global power competition that's been faced by the US right now. I think aligning Venezuela more with the US is certainly something that Trump wants to do.
And by the way, there is also Venezuela has security intelligence ties with Russian and Chinese intelligence agencies as well. So that also, this is another reason why that could be targeted.
And that seems a lot more logical than a couple of boats carrying a couple of kilos. Personally, that's what I think.
I agree with that.
Great to have your thoughts on that. No, always good to... It's like an onion. There's so many layers to the story, and it's always good to unpack all of that. Thanks, Jono and Rauya. Stay right there as we move on to another story, and we're actually sticking with South America. Argentina's President Javier Milei has won the country's midterm election. It comes after President Trump provided a financial boost worth approximately $40 billion. The US president had threatened to pull support for the country if Milei did not perform well. Well, he performed well. So Donald Trump won't have to do that. Just before we get to the question, I want to say Javier Milei was actually in a Rolling Stones tribute band, which I always think you can kind of tell by his hairstyle.
That's your favourite thing about him.
Yeah, that's my favourite thing about him. But listen, we talked about Venezuela. Let's talk about Argentina. Why is Donald Trump so invested in Argentina?
Well, here's one you can win by throwing money at it. You don't need to get anyone on the ground. You don't need to bomb any boats. You can literally just win it by throwing cash at this, and a lot of cash as well. $40 billion into this. It's involving things like loans, swaps, guarantees, and having a like-minded leader who is pretty much a bosom buddy of Donald Trump in the seat of power strengthens that US influence in South America, which, if we're judging by what we just spoke about for the last 7 minutes, is very important to this administration. It's a proof of concept. It's economic, it's growth, it's ties, it's everything, and it's natural resources once again. But we've seen the tariffs across the world and how they have been so fundamentally damning to the US in some ways, but also have been beneficial according to Donald Trump. He's now saying that this $40 billion that he's put in to this election, in order for him to have basically somebody who he knows very, very well in there, is a guarantee. And it means that it's given economic leverage to the United States. And he said it's already paid off dividends. So I think is what he's seen here is creating a South America, which is able to give an influx of resources, natural and otherwise, to North America, to Donald Trump's America. And if we couldn't get Canada, let's go for the South. And again, I am speculating here. That might not be what's happening. But it all seems to be coming together in that kind of a way, doesn't it?
And it's quite interesting, actually, because Washington sees Milei as a vital bulwark of support in Latin America, where the Trump administration is trying to reduce Chinese influence. And that's something, as you said, Jono, could be the reason why we're seeing all this money go into Argentina. But the reality is Argentina has, for a long time, battled with the economy. And this is something we all know. Milei, he's come in, reform, change. That's the slogan. So what is the future of Argentina? And this is the big question when a lot of people are looking at the story and Javier Milei.
Well, definitely the future of Argentina with Milei, at least at this moment as it stands after his victory, is definitely at a pivotal moment in its history, whether it be economically, politically, or even socially. Let's look at the realities of today first. The economy remains heavily dependent on oil. The lack of diversification is usually considered a weakness. Inflation is very high, 172%, imagine. It was in April 2025. GDP growth after Milei is definitely recovering, yet analysts are saying that this recovery could be very fragile. And also, the most important thing, a large portion of the population is still in poverty, and they have limited access to basic services, food, and everything. Now, let me, if you allow me, looking forward, what should we expect? First of all, we should expect chainsaw austerity economic policy, cuts in every sector, especially in pensions, public sector jobs. That's going to be even more than what we have seen in the past. Also, foreign policy shifts. That's exactly what you were talking about. Now the alignment is going to pivot from China and Russia towards the US and NATO, especially after Milei's win. So we're going to see a lot of changes on different levels. On the social level, unfortunately, things are expected to stay bad for a while economically for people, even though the poverty has decreased a little bit, but it's still very high in Argentina. And for a while, until these reforms get onto, get moving, it's expected to be bad.
And if you say chainsaw-like cuts to things like public sector, we saw a similar thing happen with DOGE at the beginning of Donald Trump's presidency, and it's making sure those get through the government and get through, Milei has to still go and put those bills and reforms through, and then obviously public sector
public
jobs.
outlash, I mean, at the time of DOGE, and that's why that undermined the success of that mission or that project of DOGE. And we saw Elon Musk pulling out of it, and the rift that happened between President Trump and who used to be his biggest ally, Elon Musk. So, yes.
The bromance didn't last very long.
Did not last very, but I think he's seen something very sensible here. And if he looks at South America in comparison to Europe, there is a trade partner on your door where you're already sending. The US is sending $370 billion of exports every year to Europe. That's where we're currently at. That's pre-tariffs. And then if you look at South America and the Caribbean, it's 1.7 trillion. So the figures are so wildly different. He sees a trade partner who's on his doorstep that has natural resources that he can tap into. And I think this is, again, I've thrown my weight behind it. I don't need to send in militia here. I don't need to deal with militia on the ground here. I can go into Argentina in a political sphere and maybe win it and maybe have Argentina on side. And that 40 billion could 2-3 times pay off in the next couple of months if things work out with Argentina. I think that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, it's a really interesting look at Argentina and at this election, which Milei wasn't expected to win so resoundingly.
With those sideburns, I'm shocked.
I know. With the Rolling Stones tribute band. Anyway, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Arabiya and Jono have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Arabiya, we're actually going to talk about yours, and I wonder if we do have the video, because apparently you've discovered, or someone's discovered...
Someone has discovered, and I read about it.
The perfect airport hack.
Exactly. Well, this influencer, his name is Drew, he decided to, make a trend. An airport trend. He wanted to save his mother all the walking, the long walks in the airport, also standing and waiting in long queues. So he devised this plan where she is going to ride or sit on top of his carry-on, and then he puts through the handle of the carry-on through her hoodie or the top she's wearing, and this is how he secures her on top of it. He asks her to cross her legs, and then he tilts it, and he walks around in the airport with his mom perfectly comfortable, as he says. Now, I have doubts about this, to be honest with you. If that was my mom, she would have fallen after 30 seconds, 2 seconds of me pushing her. And I'm not sure about the strength of the handle. How can it handle the weight of a person?
To be honest,
I'm not sure it will break. That's number one. Number two, also, I think it depends on the weight of the passenger.
I definitely think, I think this is all just for show, to be honest. I think he just pulled it for 1 minute and decided to
I must say, I did that with my children.
And did it work?
Of course. I mean, children are young and small. They can just ride on it and they can hug the handle and it's all secure and no problem. But, I mean...
well, they do have an app-controlled one that you can take with you to the airport, which is a carry-on case, which is a scooter built into it with a battery pack.
Yes.
Which I think is much more...
How lazy are people?
Well, very. I don't know if you're asking that question.
The thing is, with elderly people, do you really need something like this when there are wheelchairs? Do you want to
free wheelchairs?
Do you want to put them in danger of them falling and breaking their bones or something just because of a trend?
Something. When I've gone through the airport, I've seen parents with those little suitcases that are, they look like trunkies, I've heard in my ear. Is that what's called?
Yeah, trunkies.
Yes. And that looks so cute, doesn't it? Why can't we get a big trunkie for the human?
Because you're an adult, that's why.
Oh. I mean, that's sad. But I do think...
that's hard, though.
Yeah. I do think just walk around the airport, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and if you can't, there are, there are
other ways. And there's those electric carts.
Like golf carts.
Golf carts,
and wheelchairs, and so many strollers for kids.
Safer ways to transport elderly parents.
Honestly, I was worried, to be honest with you. I couldn't understand how it can take the weight.
But I must admit, nice boy helping is
definitely. It's a nice gesture.
It's more than I would do for mine. Anyway.
Trend.
Jono, tell us about this new study looking into the most inappropriate behaviour, but in a social situation.
So a lot of us do this where we're guilty of being things like headphone dodgers or perhaps sparking up a conversation with a stranger in the park, and now they've gone to ask 250,000 people what they think are the top most awkward situations or things that they feel to be socially inappropriate. And the usual stuff that's in there, like laughing during a serious speech in a lecture or something like that, checking messages on your phone when you're deep in a conversation with somebody,
That's annoying.
Or the new one, which is very Gen Z, which is to look at your watch. Not because you're bored and you want to get away because of the time, but because somebody sent you a message. But this is also considered to be not okay. One that made the list that I don't think was something that I've seen previously, crying loudly in a job interview is perceived to be not appropriate anymore. I never knew that there was a point in time when that ever was. Or singing in a quiet area, i.e. a train, a bus, public transportation, and talking through a movie at the cinema or taking phone calls while at the cinema. These things have all made it into the list, unsurprisingly. But some of the ones that were in there that I think maybe we should take a moment for this. Flirting at a funeral is now in the list as well as being socially inappropriate. Kissing or PDAs in a restaurant, which I totally understand. I don't overly myself love that. But then taking selfies at a memorial service is the new, it's not okay to do this. Never really was a concern before. Wasn't really, people were going just here, RIP Gran, wasn't really a thing previously. Now it is, and it's no longer seen as socially acceptable. And I think, I try and avoid doing all of these, unlike some people in the studio.
Flirting in a funeral.
Not all.
Not flirting, but I mean, how is it bad? How is it bad if you, by coincidence, meet your other half?
A friend of mine was at her grandmother's funeral, which is again a sad occasion, but when somebody's elderly, they moved, you've moved on with that moment, and she met her now husband at her grandmother's funeral.
It happens. Of course it happens.
But it still says talking in the cinema or taking a phone call in the cinema is not acceptable.
Can I just tell you something? There's everything on that list I do. When people are talking to me, I do look at my phone, my watch, if something pops up, even if I'm in a serious conversation. I always talk in the cinema. I don't mind public displays of affection. I mean, I think there's not one rule that...
no.
I'm not the worst person to go out with ever.
Worst.
I know.
It turns out you're not very good at global grammar. That's what it's referred to.
I would never, ever cry in a job interview. That's just weak.
I don't think you get the job if you cried.
Yeah, there's nothing about that looks good on a person.
Definitely.
I think flirting at a funeral, it's okay.
Absolutely.
In a measured way.
I wouldn't go as far as flirting, but being friendly and possibly being open to meeting new people, why not?
Yeah, you got at a certain point in your life, once you're past the hill, as I call it, you have to be open to meeting people at anything that life throws
absolutely.
at you.
Even if it was a funeral.
I'm so far away from the hill. That's what I love about life. Yeah, no hill here. Thanks to our guest, Dubai 92 presenter, of course, that's John O'Hays, and Al Arabiya senior presenter, Rawia Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast. Tonight, a deeply difficult conversation. Former world chess champion Vladimir Kramnik, he joins us to speak about the fallout and fury surrounding the tragic death of American Grandmaster Daniel Naritzki, a story that's dominated headlines and shaken the chess world to its core. Thanks so much for your time, Mr. Kramnik. I'd like to start off with FIDE. They referred your statements about GM Daniel Naritzki to its Ethics Commission. How do you respond?
I've published already my statement also about it, and I just would like to tell that I always was ready to provide all documentation concerning my suspicions, which I was from time to time raising on fair play of certain players, including this particular case. And I actually sent the request to chess.com because the events are happening on chess.com to examine my documentation, which is huge. I mean, I have a lot of video materials and a lot of other documents, but I didn't get any response. Same happened with FIDE, because I also asked before the 1 year ago on the Olympiad, which was happening in Budapest 2024. I asked in my letter to the president of FIDE that I can present to the delegates certain documentations, also the method which me and my team is developing, the new generation method of anti-cheating, but also I didn't get any response. So I can only state that I'm very glad. I'm absolutely not against this examination, this test, and I'm ready to provide all documentation. I just hope that it will be unbiased, and definitely it should have been done earlier, and I tried, but there was no interest from those two sides.
FIDE have said that the debate, it moved beyond acceptable limits, harming people. How do you respond to being named by FIDE?
Well, to start with, it happened very long time ago already, and we know the very famous case with Hans Niemann, but also there were a lot of cases, specifically talking with Hikaru Nakamura, even with Daniel Naritzki. Not too many people know that Daniel, he had published in 2021, I believe, a long text, which you can find on internet, actually complaining, complaining about the behavior towards him of, let's say, Hikaru Nakamura, which was, according to this text, which was really indecent, and nobody paid any attention to it. Unfortunately, the atmosphere last years in the world of chess is becoming very toxic. But in any case, concerning me, I can state very clearly that there are major falsification actually of my position, which is happening. I never accused Daniel of cheating. What I did, I collected a very, very serious material, which clearly, and I will stand by it, and I will prove it in any commission or whatever is needed, that it definitely shows that it has to be examined. That's all what I wanted. I collected documents. There were many strange things happening, and I just wanted it to be examined. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and instead of simply examining it and giving the opinion, I started from the very beginning to be accused of misconduct, of accusations, but it's not accusations. Suspicion-based, very based, argumented suspicion, and I can again guarantee you that there are a lot of evidence in this and other cases that it has to be considered. So, but it was not accusation, it was not baseless accusations as they pretend, and that will be a subject of my legal case, because I said many times publicly that it's not accusation, and I asked many times to consider it, but it was not done, and maybe this is one of the reasons why the strategy, very sad strategy, occurred, because, but in any case, I want to say that, of course, it's completely tragic what happened, and it's shocking, and it's really heartbreaking for me also, because of the especially circumstances, which probably we will touch later in this conversation, but I have no guilt in it, and this attempts, this very dirty, very organized, orchestrated PR campaign, which is happening now against me, is, will be a cause of many different cases, criminal and civil cases, which we are now preparing with my legal team. So I can only say we will meet in court, and I'm sure that the court will understand, will see real facts, not PR, but real facts. And I have a lot of documents, facts, and I will
as you're saying, Vladimir,
from this.
You've claimed you have evidence of widespread cheating and say that FIDE and Chess.com ignored it. Why were your concerns overlooked?
Because unfortunately there is a situation in nowadays world of chess where everybody understands, actually most of top players is expressing concerns, very serious concerns about cheating, also in money events. But it became very clear to me from some point on when I started to work on it and to make a professional work concerning anti-cheating and a certain statistical analysis with mathematicians. And somehow, instead of support, from the very beginning, I started to meet very, very strong resistance. So it seems to me, and I'm pretty sure about it, even though it's my opinion, only that the forces which are now dominating in the world of chess, I would say financial and so let's say authorities, are trying to do everything in its power to cover this issue, which is actually undermining, the integrity of the game in general. Because what is very important to understand for the public, for the audience, that the amount of money which is now in prizes of the events is it's millions of dollars. It's a lot of money. There is very little control, and the main difference also. That it's very easy to use. There are a lot of different programs. It's a whole industry of creating especially cheating programs to be able to cheat in chess games. And it's very easy to implement it, and the control is not enough, definitely. So, and there is a lot of money at stake. And considering this, I think that I started to raise this issue, but very soon I understood that I'm actually a subject of this kind of PR attacks, even though the latest one is the harshest one I ever experienced, but I'm getting these attacks for last 2 years already. So
as you're saying, Vladimir,
certain force.
Just so we're clear, do you feel that, and this is quite a revelation, that you feel because of trying to highlight cheating in chess, as you're saying, you feel you describe yourself now as a scapegoat for FIDE and chess.com. Is that your belief?
I'm absolutely convinced about it, and it's not the first time which is happening. Now it's the harshest because of the certain circumstances. Because many people don't know about it, because actually chess.com, for example, is definitely the most influential force now in the world of chess by far. And they are having affiliated contractual financial relations with the majority of chess media, influencers, and also with chess players. So basically, there are very few people, prominent people in the world of chess who are not under the contract of chess.com. And so therefore, I don't have a chance to get my position across. And by the way, I would like to use this possibility to thank you for inviting me, because simply the general audience only listens to one side of a story, and this side of a story is, and I would not be shy to tell it, very often is false. And I can prove it. I can prove it factually. So, yeah.
You accuse GM Daniel Naritzki of cheating, but you didn't file an official complaint through FIDE before going public. Why?
I didn't accuse, as I already mentioned. I didn't accuse. And FIDE itself, FIDE themselves, they do not, they always said that it's a chess.com business, and they never touch this issue. So it is, so if you have a certain suspicions or certain requests, you have to write it to chess.com. So that's what I did. But also, of course, I also a year ago offered it to FIDE, as I mentioned. So chess.com didn't react to it, and instead of simply checking my data, I mean, not accusation, it's a very serious data, and they didn't do it. And what could I do? What could I do? Because this is a very alarming. For instance, I want to tell you, maybe this we will talk later when we come back to this tragic incident which happened, to the tragic death of Daniel, and I will explain you, for instance, one of the points of my I would say, I was wondering about, which is very obvious to anyone. You don't need to be a chess player for it. But again and again, nothing was done. Nothing, not even a reaction. And so now, very late, because we lost a brilliant person, very young player, and it's very late, unfortunately, but too late, I would say, but at least now we can do it maybe, but it was not my fault. I was not hiding away. I was always responsible for my words, and I always can prove my words. And that's what I'm going to do now, if required.
Before his passing, Daniel Naritzki said, ever since the Kramnik stuff, if I start doing well, people assume the worst. Do you feel any moral responsibility for the pressure he endured?
I mean, it's a long story. Again, of course, the point is that Daniel also said in the stream a lot of other things. I mean, again, the major media, chess media especially, they're trying to hide the facts that, for example, Daniel in his last year of life had many issues. He had many problems with chess.com. Chess.com fired him, from the position of the main commentator of the channel. I don't know why, but it was, according to his streams, some of them, of those I saw, it was really very painful for him. Then in July this year, just a couple of months ago, he was disqualified from a tournament for, according to chess.com, fair play violation. And also it was extremely painful for him because all these materials are public. I'm not inventing anything. But now, and he had some other issues as far as I know. So what they're trying to do, all those sources, they want to put blame on me on the story which happened a year ago. And I think I didn't even mention Daniel's name. I didn't talk about him for months already. It's very obvious that there were many other alarming things happening since then. And they are so alarming coming, let's say, I would like to talk a little bit about the whole episode of the strategy. And they're so alarming that I guess there is an attempt to hide it and to put immediately, very quickly, this very harsh attack on me, just to put all the blame on me. But this is, first of all, I want to state very clearly, this is totally unjustified. And it will have legal consequences, very clear, I promise. It will have legal consequences for anyone, any public figure who will try to defame me, to slander, and there is a lot of slander now, and it's based on, simply not based on the truth.
And speaking of that slander, obviously some of your peers, former world champions like Magnus Carlsen, he called your treatment of Naritzki, quote, horrible, and he said you crossed the line. How do you respond to Magnus Carlsen?
I don't know what about the treatment of Magnus Carlsen of Hans Niemann, for example, or let's say Hikaru Nakamura, who actually said that I'm sort of responsible for the strategy. Yeah, what happened? Well, I would like to remind him many other things, how he was insulting a lot of times various chess players, including me. He was bullying me for months, and it's all public. All this is public. And also he was behaving with Daniel Naritzki himself. You can read this document. I published it on my Twitter. You will see it's quotes of Daniel, and what he's writing is really alarming. So maybe I would rather say that, first of all, they don't know even half of what I know, and secondly, maybe let's everyone more, let's say, take care of themselves, of their own behavior. But I mean, if there are any examinations, any investigation, I'm always ready to stand by my words. I will present a lot of documentation, and then it's up to everyone to judge. But before giving me a chance, and this is maybe my first chance to present the truth, simply the truth, to start shaming and blaming, especially considering what happened during last 2 days of life of Daniel Naritzki. This is really, I believe, immoral and very possibly illegal. My lawyers are working on it.
And as you mentioned, Hikaru Nakamura, he has responded. He says your behavior was cyberbullying, and he called you a disgrace to chess. How do you respond to Hikaru Nakamura?
He was bullying me for months. 2 years ago, he was, calling me all kind of names that I don't want even to repeat in public for months. And my response to all what he was doing and now doing will be in the court. Because everything what, all what I'm telling, it's all documented, all public. It's just that, of course, quite a number of things were erased from internet since then, but there is enough. First of all, I was recording it on my own, and there is enough of evidence for me to be confident about the court case which we are going to have with Hikaru Nakamura and possibly with some other people and or structures.
So you're suing Hikaru Nakamura, is that correct?
I mean, for the moment, we opened with my legal team. Yesterday, we opened a criminal case in Switzerland, where I'm based for many years already. We opened a criminal case on the huge amount of threats which I was receiving, death threats, very ugly, very direct to me and to my family. So we asked with my lawyer, we asked protection, federal protection from Switzerland. And this case is going to be open. Police is informed and searching for the criminals who were sending this, and there were many who were sending these death threats to me and my family. That is the first one. The second one is going to be open. I believe we need some time to gather the material, and probably there will be the third one as well.
And as you've stated...
Definitely, I have no other choice now than to go legal. And I'm totally confident. I have all documentation. I was not lying. And what I tell, I can prove it with documents. And so no choice. If the world of chess in this situation, when everybody is afraid to speak out, about things which they many prominent chess people happily talking about it in private, but in public they are quite often telling different things. I don't want to release details of my private communication with many other players or journalists. So, but I'm not going to obey to these rules of the modern chess world and to cover everything, especially when it gets to misconducts, which can be legal also. So that is a reason. That is the reason why I filed this complaint to the European Union Commission about to check chess.com, for example. I mean, it was about chess.com to check for the compliance with the major laws of European Union and also with SEC, American entity of the same kind. I'm not ready, and I'm not ready to play these rules with these rules. I mean, which I find sick. I'm sorry, and I know that it's very dangerous what I'm doing. I know it I knew it. I was receiving quite a number of threats already before this story, but I just cannot stand it. I think the world of chess should be fair and transparent, and it's not now. It's very far from it. We have a world of chess nowadays where one force is dominating the world of chess financially, by influence, and basically everybody is playing according to the rules of this entity, and I believe it's totally wrong. I'm going to fight against it. I know that the force behind is extremely powerful. Billions of dollars of, let's say, forces, multi-billion forces, which are behind, which do not want to reveal that public knows about certain facts, which
and as you're going to fight, Vladimir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just as you're going to fight, what outcome are you looking for?
Outcome, my outcome is that the world of chess becomes a better place, becomes less toxic, becomes fair and transparent, and probably cheating finally will be punished, and which is very often not happening nowadays. So that is my outcome. For the integrity of the game, for the integrity of the world of chess, and I'm ready to. I'm going to fight for it because it's too bad. I'm sorry, it's just too bad. And when I see, even now, when I have a number of players who contact me directly, privately, and actually speak with me very kindly and express support, but they're simply afraid. They're afraid to tell it publicly. And this is not the world of chess I used to know, and this is not the world of chess that I'm ready to accept. Whatever price I'm going to pay, and the price can be very, very high, as we see by the recent developments.
FIDE said, great achievements confer a responsibility to uphold fairness and respect. Yourself, as a former world chess champion, do you believe that you have met the standard here?
This standard, again, it's not up to me to judge. I believe I was fair. I was never insulting. I was never insulted Daniel. I never told that he accused him that he is cheating. No, it's not true. Even though there was one episode when he admitted himself. It happened once, long ago, whatever. This is documented. But I never told that he was cheating any other, at least time when, the rest will be judged by somebody else. But I want to tell that this standard exists only on paper already. Because in reality, it's becoming very toxic, the world of chess, and I'm by far not the one who is not doing the harshest things. And for instance, now I'm actually quite shocked, and I'm unpleasantly surprised that when for the last few days I get a lot of hate messages and direct threats, simply direct physical threats towards me and the family, whatever people think about me. But maybe I would expect FIDE, if they're so much caring about the integrity and of chess and of chess players, maybe they could have at least make one statement to tell that it's not correct. I'm a chess player, I'm a former world champion, and when I'm receiving multiple threats, I'm publishing it, and there is a silence from FIDE, I don't think, whatever they think about me, I don't think it's appropriate behavior for the International Federation, frankly.
Are you afraid for your life?
I'm not afraid for my life, but I know that there is it's an option. I believe it's an option because it can happen, because I was working on certain things for more than a year already. And, I opened a certain Pandora box, and so many things started to get out of it that I have a lot of information, a lot of very, very important information that I'm ready to share with any major media channel, with police, with FBI. I'm serious. It's not like, it is serious information. Also, I mentioned that I have something to add, if the police of Charlotte, because as far as I know, the death of Daniel Naritzki is now investigated by the police, and I would like to help with a certain non-public information that I have. I'm ready, but nobody wants, everybody is afraid to listen to my documents. It's not my ideas. There are a lot of documentation. My complaint with European Commission and with SEC is 63 pages of documentation. It's very based what I'm telling, and that's why knowing who is behind some structures in chess, I understand that there is a risk. Yeah, of course it is. But, if I wouldn't take risks, maybe I wouldn't have become world champion. I wouldn't have beaten legendary Garry Kasparov in the world championship match. I'm ready to take risks, but mostly I'm worried about my family, about the psychological shape, physical shape. But it is true. It is true. The rabbit hole is very deep there, I can assure you.
If the FIDE Ethics Commission finds you have breached its code, will you accept the decision publicly? And how will you change your conduct? And also, is this a wider conversation for change in the whole of the chess world?
To start with, I haven't been contacted yet by FIDE, so I guess they cannot really do this examination without finally asking for my materials. And I believe that when I will provide all the documentation I have, probably the verdict will be different. But if they will decide that I was wrong and I wouldn't agree with it, let's say. Let's just take it as an example. Of course, I would go to court. If you don't mind, I wanted to speak a bit about what happened recently with Daniel Naritzki and the situation which led there, and because this is extremely shocking, and especially now when everybody is trying to put the blame on me, but very few maybe people, people who are following this story, who is not in the world of chess, they know that I was the only one who, after watching his stream a few days ago, 2 days before his death, it was so bad, it was so heartbreaking, it was so obvious that Daniel Naritzki is in real trouble, physical trouble. I mean, he could barely speak, he was falling asleep, he was behaving in a very strange way. There was obviously a big problem. And so when, after watching some episodes of it, I immediately published on my X that, well, please help him. It's very clear there is something wrong. I mean, it's just obvious. And then instead, what was happening that people, I don't know, around him or people who are working with him, a lot of people started to blame me, to convince that, no, you're just attacking him, everything is okay, even though it was very obvious. And at the end of the day, finally, what was happening is that somebody started to erase a lot of videos, finally, which I really don't like, and seems to me that it should be a matter of the investigation of the police, but of course it's a job anyway, that all his streams from his Twitch channel were erased 1 day before his death. And is including this last stream. And this is, so basically what everyone, of course I'm exaggerating, but in general, what people cared about is that this very strange, very worrying, alarming stream of Daniel, the last one, unfortunately, that happened to be the last one, that actually it escapes public attention. And when I started to tell, okay, I don't mind that you erase streams, but help him, it's very obvious something is wrong, you need to help him. But what happened that actually for more than 1 day or almost 2 days, nobody came to him, nobody, did anything. And finally, he died. Okay, the circumstances, the official, verdict will be probably published soon, why it happened, but nobody did anything. So only thing what people were doing is blaming me for attracting attention, and I was really doing it, and trying to erase the evidence of his, let's say, strange behavior. And this is, I was so angry when I heard the news, it hit me like a hammer, because the same day, 2 hours before I heard the news, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I remember I was telling him, a chess player, he can confirm it, I told him it's very dangerous. They have to do something. Nobody did anything. And after we got this tragic news, immediately, like orchestrated, I started to receive insults, attacks. And maybe my first tweet after that was, maybe I should have first do it about Daniel, but I did later. But it was a rage. It was a desperation and rage, because it was obvious that it can happen. And then to blame me after, the only person who was raising, who was alarming, who was telling, do something. and nobody did anything, I mean, I was frankly enraged, and maybe that ended in this tweet, even though, of course, it was nothing against Naritzki, but I was saying, well, guys, what did you do? Guys who were around, why did nobody help him when he needed it? And okay, now I am a villain because of this tweet, and just because I am who I am, probably of my face, my name, whatever. But I can assure you that, well, it's a very sad story. It's a tragic story, and only what I want to express, of course, a deep condolences to the family that, yeah, of course, we lost a very important figure in the world of chess, but I hope that the world of chess will become different after this case, and that such awful stories will not happen again. I really hope so.
And in regard to this, obviously, extremely tragic case, everyone in the chess world is heartbroken over this. I am Levi Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, who's one of the largest channels in the world. He praised Daniel Naritzki. He's urged for a more respectful discussion about cheating. How do you respond?
Probably yes, but it's very difficult when the entities which should check and should give the verdict, they're inactive, they're ignoring it. And also, if Levi Rosman or somebody else is urging for more respectful discussion, maybe they should also, it should be related to everyone, not just to me, even though, again, I was always, I never made any personal attack or insult towards Daniel Naritzki and anyone else. I really never do it. It should never get personal, and for me, it was never personal. And but unfortunately, it is extremely toxic. There are a lot of videos. First of all, let's say directly accusing of cheating during games. So many times, a lot of videos of, let's say, Nakamura, even Daniel himself, are doing it on camera. This is documented. So maybe we should have equal, I would say, equal responsibilities. And if I agree, it should be much more respectful. And yeah, I was one of the major targets of disrespectful and mocking and bullying for the last 2 years. And I'm not inventing it. It's provable. It's all online. You can find it. But I fully agree with it. But then probably we should all do it. And you should not find scapegoats, and especially in this case, which is dramatic, and to use it for shame and blame for somebody whom you want to, I'm sorry, to shut up. Yeah, I mean, not to talk, not to reveal some things. This is unacceptable. But in general, obviously, yeah, I would really like the world of chess. It would be as respectful as it was when I was playing professionally chess, and it's not. It's very far from it now.
We're just out of time. Vladimir Kramnik, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Mark Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who's selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in the suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something good to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, The legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
Doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. Moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Kwaku Simmons, also known as QS, is the world's leading provider of services, analytics and insight to the global higher education sector. They've just released their annual World University Rankings. Well, in the Arab region, 35 Saudi institutions feature in the QS ranking, with Saudi Arabia's King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in the top spot across the region. Well, to discuss this further, I'm joined now by Ashwin Fernandez, who is the Executive Director for the Middle East at QS. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ashwin. And just want to start by asking you, why is it that Saudi Arabia is so dominant on the regional landscape when it comes to higher education? Is it about investment, do you think?
Indeed, Tom. So it's a fascinating time for higher education in the Arab region as a whole. And we've seen Saudi Arabia, with the focus on the Saudi Vision 2030, has placed importance on research and innovation. And one of the pillars of rankings, and in this case QS rankings, is looking at academic reputation, also looking at research excellence in the higher education sector. And we can see that the focus, and we've just seen the Nobel Prize coming out and awarded to a Saudi scientist, and that just shows the focus which the kingdom is having to build those global powerhouses which are going to transform the nation into a knowledge economy, actually has started to reflect in the rankings. And the Arab region ranking, which we just launched yesterday, is a testament to that success of Saudi universities already creating a mark for themselves on a global stage.
So do you think it's fair to say that there is a direct correlation between investment and excellence when it comes to these academic institutions?
Indeed, Tom. One of the areas where institutions around the world do well, and we've seen them, is the investment they would put into infrastructure, into research, into innovation, into student learning outcomes. And the rankings are a byproduct of what happens at the institution. So definitely investment in these key areas would mean that they will start to reflect in the rankings in due course.
Now, I want to ask you about the top performing university in the region, which is Saudi Arabia's King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. It's ranked first for 3 years in a row. And I just want to ask you, what makes that institution, do you think, stand out amongst all the others?
Fascinating results for King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. And the top 10, there are 3 Saudi universities. King Fahd particularly does very well with employer engagement. And of course, they're based in the Haran region. They have good connect with employers. They do great work in the research area. And they've used, they've kind of, if you hear the president speak, we've heard him how AI has been integrated in every aspect of the institution. So employer reputation, key area, research impact, another key area which King Fahd University does really well.
Okay, and it looks like Saudi Arabia, according to your survey, has got the edge when it comes to so-called elite universities. Now, I'm just wondering, what defines an elite university? How do you classify one?
So there are 4 pillars which would define a good university. And of course, the first most important is the research impact, and this is really key for being a global university. The second is having the connectivity with the employers. What do employers feel about your institution? Do they value the graduates coming out. And the third is the teaching. Are you providing good quality teaching? You have the right pedagogy in place. And the fourth is internationalization. And Saudi Arabia has understood what it takes very early on and has put that in a strategic plan of the institutions. The Saudi vision further enhanced that and propelled that forward by putting a target for institutions to get at 5 Saudi institutions in the top 200 of the world. And today we have 3 in the QS World University ranking, 2 more to go. And now the government is seeing how they can have more institutions being represented in the World University rankings. The Saudi presence in the Arab region ranking has got 35 institutions, and we can see that they are, of course, not one of the highest represented countries, but they do really well in the 4 areas, the 4 quadrants which I'm talking about.
Okay, so just before we crossed you, we were talking about how Stanford University has named 14 researchers from Saudi Arabia as being, some of the world's top scientists there at Al Faisal University. I mean, I'm assuming that looking at your rankings and your report and everything you've told us, I mean, that surely comes as no surprise.
Indeed. There was a time where, Saudi Arabia, of course, even now attracts international faculty. But over the last many years, those international faculties have upskilled the faculty in Saudi Arabia. There has been a push in the last decade to send students abroad to go and study their postgraduate programs and come back into Saudi Arabia to give back to the nation. And they are the ones who are actually transforming the research landscape. So I'm not surprised that Saudi Arabia has a great representation, especially Al Faisal University, in the Stanford's 2% list.
And of course, Vision 2030, seeks to make the kingdom a global hub for innovation and education. I mean, by the sounds of what you're telling us, I mean, it's already there, isn't it?
So in the QS ranking, we already have 3 in the top 200. And there is, of course, desire to have more because there's a direct impact of top universities with the knowledge economy and with economic prosperity. So if Saudi Arabia wants to be a knowledge hub in the region, move away from the dependency on oil, have the services sector, higher education will play a really vital role. So while we have 3, how do we get them in the top 100 is the next question, because we already have 1 institution, and KFUPM is already in the top 100 at rank 67. So we need to see how we can push that forward, how these institutions which we have, which are 3 in the top 200 and 35 in the Arab region from Saudi Arabia, can make their way up, not just for the ranking, but the contribution they would make to the society and to the economic prosperity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Ashwin, just before we crossed to you, we were talking about how Saudi Arabia has had this first Nobel Prize winner for chemistry, Professor Omar Yaghi, and we heard a clip from him as well. I'm just wondering whether you think we're going to be seeing more people like that winning Nobel Prizes from the kingdom.
Indeed. I have visited almost many of the top universities. I mean, right from the main cities of Jeddah, Riyadh, or Dammam, and also beyond that, and some great work happening there, which actually impacts the community. And a lot of researchers in the kingdom are working how they can resolve matters which are related and are close to the people. So we will still see the focus on research, on innovation, on inventions taking place even more. King Saud University is another great institution which is doing some groundbreaking work in research. And we have King Abdulaziz University as well. So all the 3 major cities which are there are doing some great work, but also cities like Abha, which we have King Khalid University doing some good work in the medical area. And we have up north, we have institutions, Qasim region and Qasim University are doing some work in agriculture and veterinary sciences. So I will not be surprised if we had more of such Nobel Prize winners in the future coming out of Saudi Arabia, with the focus what Mohammed bin Salman has and the vision he has to create for the economy and for the country in general.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Ashwin Fernandez, Executive Director for the Middle East at QS. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hassan, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you'd prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
We're joined now by Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who's the former Prime Minister of Ukraine. He joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I was just looking at your Twitter account, or your X account, and you said today that we have reached what you said was, quote, an important and long-awaited turning point in this conflict. Why did you say that?
Well, you remember, well, first of all, thanks for having me. My pleasure to address your audience. That's for the first time. But the second issue is that you remember that President Trump made a verbal U-turn when he posted on his true social media that Ukraine could regain its territorial independence completely with the support of the European Union and NATO. And let me remind you that the United States is a dominant player in NATO. So it was a kind of verbal U-turn. This time, President Trump made an action U-turn. So he clearly decided, and he has realized, that Putin played President Trump in Anchorage during that doomed meeting with the red carpet and limo sharing in Alaska in Anchorage. So President of the United States acted in a good faith. He expected to get real concessions out of the designated war criminal Putin. So he was very generous. That's what I know for sure, because a few days ago I came back from DC. He was very generous in offering quite comprehensive menu to Russians how to cut the deal. But what happened in the end? Putin just rejected his deal, and Putin wanted to humiliate the President of the United States. So his decision to turn the screw on Russia clearly shows that the US administration realized that Russia is dragging its feet, that Russia is not eager to cut any kind of real peace deal, that Russia hasn't changed its ultimate goal. It is to take over Ukraine, to fragment and to undermine the European Union and NATO, and that Russia, together with China, and I want to be very clear, together with China, because China is a crucial player in this war too, because China is an accomplice to Russia, want to reshape the global order and the global world. That's my reading of the situation.
Okay, and what President Trump has done is to impose sanctions on Russia's two largest oil companies. I'm talking about Rosneft and Lukoil. Now, the Kremlin is saying Russia is, quote, immune to sanctions. And I want to just ask your opinion, though. What do you think the impact of these new sanctions is going to be on the Russian economy?
Well, if one believes that the sanction is a silver bullet or a magic wand, so it's a kind of wishful thinking. Sanctions is just a piece of the puzzle, sir. Piece of the puzzle how to bring peace, a fair and just peace in Europe, and how to defend sovereignty and independence of Ukraine, and how to defend the values of the free world. You're absolutely right saying that the US administration imposed sanctions against two dominant oil crude producers, Rosneft and Lukoil. But the US administration imposed sanctions on all subsidiaries of these units, of these two legal entities. So it is a quite bold action on the side of the US administration to deprive Russia of its revenues from hydrocarbons. Where the problem where I see is that Russia managed, and that's true, partly managed to circumvent sanctions. There are two biggest consumers of the Russian oil, which is China and India. China is paying in renminbi, which is far from the control of the Federal Reserve. The same goes with India. It means that the US administration has to undertake the next step, which is to impose secondary sanctions on those who try to circumvent sanctions and to pay for the Russian oil and gas in different currency rather than the US dollar or euro, because I expect that Europeans will follow suit, and Europeans will definitely impose similar types of sanctions on the Russian energy sector.
Yeah, I mean, the Europeans have, in fact, announced a 19th package of sanctions on Russia. We'll talk about those in just a moment. But I wanted to ask you before that whether you think the effect of these sanctions on those two large oil providers is going to be to get Moscow to come to the negotiating table and in good faith. Do you think that will be the outcome?
Well, with all due respect, sir, I never believed in any kind of good faith in Russia because they don't have this faith. And they never had it. The idea is just to deprive Russia of its financing of the war chest. The idea is to exhaust Russia. The idea is to drain its resources. The idea is to limit Russians' ability to kill Ukrainians because they are literally just killing us, okay? 2 days ago, they launched a barrage of missiles and drones, more than 400 missiles and drones. They hit the kindergarten. They killed 2 kids of 6 months and 12 years old. And this is a never-ending horrible drama and tragedy. So the US administration decided to laser focus these sanctions on the hydrocarbons. Look at the Russian so-called stock market. These two companies, I mean Rosneft and Lukoil, they lost about 12 billion in capitalization in just 1 day. So Russian stocks are in nosediving. So I do understand that they will try to mitigate this effect. But the thing is that if these sanctions are combined with the similar steps against the new so-called Russian Black Sea Fleet, because the Russian Black Sea Fleet right now rests on the seabed, because we actually sank practically the half of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. But there is a new shadow fleet of Russian that illegally transports crude oil all over the world. These sanctions will be effective. Once again, it is not a silver bullet, but it is a very important step on the side of the US administration, where President Trump, for the first time during his second term, showed that he can bring peace through strength. And he showed and exhibited this strength.
Before we address that question, I was alluding to the latest package of EU sanctions, their 19th package. I mean, that's an extraordinary number of rafts of sanctions against Russia. I mean, we do hear from President Zelensky sometimes words to the effect that he thinks certain countries need to do more in order to pressure Russia. Which countries do you think he has in mind? Which countries would you like to see ramping up the pressure on Russia?
Well, definitely you should ask President Zelensky. But we are on the same page with the president because, look, I mean, Ukrainians, we are fighting for ourselves. But we are defending an entire world. Because it's not just unacceptable, it is an egregious crime. What Russia did against Ukraine. This is the biggest military conflict. This is the biggest war after the World War II. So the beacon of democracy is, I still believe, is still the United States. The most prominent and the strongest and staunch supporters of Ukraine are in the European Union. The United Kingdom is just amazing. So they are straight to the point. There is no hot air on the side of the United Kingdom, but just clear-cut deliverables. I wish everyone to realize that they are not just donating to Ukraine. They are investing in their own security, because we as Ukrainians are paying the highest price. This is the price of the human beings, of the lives of the human beings. And there is no way to offset this price, just no way. And in terms of financial support to Ukraine, this is the best ever investment into the national security of NATO member states, and not only NATO member states, those who doesn't want to have wars and conflict all over the world. And if Ukraine wins, and I hope Ukraine will win, this would be the best lesson to those who want to conquer another countries, for those who want to invade and kill independent states and sovereign nations. And they will draw the best lesson that if you commit an act of aggression, you're going to pay for this. And this is my message to everyone. And you are the state-owned channel. And look, I commend the efforts of Riyadh and your country playing a role as a mediator. And we do really appreciate your efforts. You are the dominant player on the oil market. So I hope that your government and your country on the right side of the history.
So what do you say to those Americans who say, sometimes we hear people, even in the current administration, this is not our national security issue, it's not a priority for us as Americans, we're going to pull the plug on funding for this war. What's your message to people who think along those lines?
This is the exact message that I delivered in DC last week on a number of media outlets. I said, look, this is the best ever investment you had. Due to the fact that you contributed to your own security and provided both financial and military support to Ukraine, Ukrainian military managed to degrade severely by half Russian land forces. We compromised Russian intelligence. We compromised Russian cybersecurity. We sunk the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Russia faced casualties of around 1 million people. Could you imagine? Without any kind of military boots on the ground. I mean, either American or anybody else. And the second part of this message is that it's not just Russia. It is China. It is China that helps Russia, that provides financial resources to Russia, that has thrown a lifeline to Russia, that is an accomplice to this kind of egregious crime that Russia committed in Ukraine, and the China that wants to reshape the global order. And if we fail, this would trigger the domino effect all over the world. China is going after you, my dear American friends. And we, as Ukrainians, are on the front lines in defending the values of the free world. This is my message, and I want to reiterate it once again, because this is the truth. And they do understand. Look at the approval ratings. Look at the latest survey, public survey that had been published a few days ago. More than 70% of both Republicans and Democrats support Ukraine. And could you imagine that more Republicans support an idea to turn the screw on Russia rather than Democrats? Look at the bipartisan support in the U.S. Senate. 85 senators co-sponsored the bill to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. So Americans do understand and realize that Russia and China pose a national security threat to their own interests, and that Ukraine's fight is actually the solution, how to defend not only Ukraine, but how to defend and protect the homeland of the United States.
Now, you've mentioned on more than one occasion that you were in Washington last week, and so was President Zelensky. And President Zelensky held talks with President Trump at the White House. I mean, it's extraordinary when we look at what's happened since those talks took place. Budapest meeting has been cancelled. These latest sanctions have been announced, and it's only Thursday, less than a week since those talks took place. What can you tell us about what happened in those talks? Do you have any insights as to what the nature of the conversation was and how it went?
You know, Putin applied the same case scenario, the same pattern that he did before the Anchorage. You remember that he reached out to President Trump. They agreed on this summit in Alaska. President Trump expected to cut the deal. In the end, he played President Trump. The state dinner was canceled, and it went in a kind of debacle. So as designated war criminal, Putin realized that the U.S. administration practically passed the decision to provide Ukraine with the long-range capabilities, I mean Tomahawk missiles, he urgently picked up the phone, so-called red line, and tried to reach out to President Trump, which he did. And he actually managed to convince President Trump to have another anchorage, but only in Budapest. Just to tell your viewers, Budapest has a very notorious history for Ukrainians. In 1994, Ukraine relinquished its third biggest nuclear arsenal in the world under the Budapest Memorandum, and Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom provided the security guarantees or security assurances to Ukraine that nobody under any circumstances would invade Ukraine. So in the end, Russia, that actually co-sponsored the Budapest Memorandum, invaded Ukraine, that voluntarily relinquished its third biggest arsenal. The idea that Putin had, that he wanted to have another anchorage. But President Trump realized that there is no way, just no way. If Putin accepts his peace proposal, and his peace proposal was very clear, is an unconditional ceasefire, so he can get the Budapest. Otherwise, it's going to be another round of humiliation of the President of the United States. So the President assigned a Secretary of State, who is a seasoned politician, to hold talks with contemporary Ribbentrop. This is the Foreign Minister of Russia, Lavrov. In the end, Americans realized that it's another sham. It is another a kind of pretension. It is another way how to drag their feet and how to play the U.S. administration, that there will be no deliverables. So they are just playing for time. And that's the reason why the meeting in Budapest was cancelled.
It sounds
and
like
the U.S. administration realized that they have to pass the decision to impose a new round of sanctions.
Okay, so it sounds like you found the whole idea of Budapest insulting for reasons that you gave, historical reasons. And I want to just ask you whether you think, I mean, there has been talk in the recent months of President Zelensky having to sit down at a table opposite President Putin. Do you think that is something that is inevitable? Do you think that will happen at some stage?
Look, it's a kind of, wishful thinking. I never believed in this. And you remember that after Alaska meeting, there was even an announcement that they're going to hold either trilateral or bilateral talks, trilateral between my president, President Trump, and suspected or criminal, or bilateral between my president and Russia. Look, it's no way. It's no starter. Look what's happening on the ground. I don't believe in any kind of hot air. I believe only in facts and what's happening on the ground. Russia is not eager to cut any kind of deal. So that's the reason why we need to pressure like hell on Russia, period.
Just tell us a bit more about what's happening on the ground. You've painted a picture for us of what the situation is like right now. I mean, obviously the fighting's continuing, winter is approaching, and that's usually a time when not much happens on the battlefield in the cold winter months. There have obviously been airstrikes on Kyiv in the last 24 hours. Just tell us, what is the current situation on the battlefield as you understand it?
Sir, it is a war. And that's the description what's happening. With the atrocities committed by the Russian military, with the killing, rape, abduction of Ukrainian children, with the hitting of Ukrainian energy facilities, with the war crimes. It is a war. This war has been going on for 11 years. Because maybe not every viewer of your distinguished channel really knows that this is going on for 11 years. Russia illegally annexed Crimea in 2014, the day I was sworn in as a Prime Minister of Ukraine. And at that particular period of time, we had no army, no cash, no military, no police, nothing, because the pro-Russian president fled the country. And Under that circumstances, we managed to survive 11 years ago. In my treasury, in the state treasury of Ukraine, I had 10,000 euros. Could you imagine? For the entire country. The reason why I'm telling you this is that we managed to withstand armed to the teeth Russia for 11 years. An all-out war has been waged by Russia 3.5 years ago. So he wanted to freeze us. He imposed blackouts during the first winter, and he's going to repeat the same case scenario that winter. We will survive. We will survive, not without losses. And look, it's a hard toil. It is a hard toil, just trust me. You can't even imagine what's being practically every single day, either in the parking lot or in the underground cellar or just nowhere. Listening to the noise of drones or missiles. But Ukrainian people showed a very strong resilience. We really have stamina. We will survive and we will win this fight. What is needed? Help. Help us to win the war in order to defend you. Thank you, sir.
Just lastly, before we wrap up, I just want to ask you, obviously, some key events in the last few days, the ones that we discussed at the beginning of this conversation that you yourself described as being a turning point in this conflict. What impact has that had, do you think, on morale in Ukraine?
You mean this U-turn of the U.S. administration?
Yes, and the sanctions.
It is a good move. We strongly welcome this kind of decision. We need real allies. And these allies have a back of Ukraine. So we need real deliverables. So it definitely will help Ukraine to win the war. Whether it's enough, look, sir, it is the war. Everything is needed in order to win the war. But it is a good leverage, and this is the first step of the US administration under President Trump in his second term that clearly shows that Americans are serious about defending Ukraine and helping Ukraine to get a fair and durable peace. At least I believe in this.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to Arabiya English. Arseniy Yatsenyuk, former Prime Minister of Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it is Thursday, which means it's time now for our weekly US segment, taking a look at some of the top stories making the headlines in the United States. Well, joining me this week, I'm joined by Republican strategist Angie Wong and Amanda Mackey, both joining me from Florida and both very good friends of the show. Great to have you both with us, and thanks for joining us from Florida. Let's start by talking about the latest on Ukraine, because we were talking about that at the top of the show, how President Trump has done a bit of a U-turn here, it seems. Sanctions on Russian oil companies. He's not going to be meeting President Putin in Budapest. Angie, let me start by asking you. I mean, how significant is this shift on the part of President Trump?
No, I don't think it's all that surprising, actually. I mean, Russia got what it wanted, which was, Zelensky was just at the White House last Friday, and he was asking for Tomahawk and long-range missiles. He didn't get them. So as soon as that deal fell apart, Russia said, well, I don't think we need to meet anymore, President Trump. So I think that's what's happening. President Trump, he knows he's being pulled from both sides. He's being played by Russia. And now he's saying, well, okay, if you're going to play me and so publicly, I am now going to, do my list of things that I need to do to get you back onto, the negotiating table, including the, putting sanctions on Russian oil companies. We've long known that that is exactly the plan that President Trump wants. He needs to cut off the financing machine that goes to Russia to finance all these wars. And going after the oil companies, that is step number one.
Okay, Amanda, what's your take?
Well, I think we have to talk about the First Lady here, because I think what she has seen with the most recent bombing of a kindergarten in Ukraine, you can just see that the First Lady is getting tired of the antics being played by President Putin. The fact that President Trump has been trying to work things out with him and it's not going anywhere. So in a way, Putin has been embarrassing President Trump. And of course, the First Lady doesn't like that. But maybe even more importantly, the First Lady opened a dialogue with President Putin on the Ukrainian children, over 30,000 children that were basically taken from Ukraine. And so she wants those children to come back. She has had an open dialogue with him. And I think she wants to see that be furthered, in addition to stopping the war. I think the latest of what we saw on whether it was a preschool or a kindergarten, that's very harrowing. That's very jarring to see that children are now being attacked. And I think that is the most important, maybe the most propelling thing here, is that President Trump is now saying, I'm putting my foot down. We are imposing sanctions and we're going to make it hurt. And that's where you've heard, I believe it was Medvedev today, he said, this is counterproductive, or it was Lavrov. I don't remember, but he said it's counterproductive. So Russia's coming out and saying, this is going to be counterproductive. So they're in a way threatening because now they're feeling pain.
Right. And I'm assuming that you both agree that these sanctions are going to inflict some pretty major pain on the Russian economy. I mean, we're talking about, their biggest product here, which is, oil and gas. Angie, I mean, what's the anticipated response, do you think, going to be from Russia? Do you think this is going to bring them to the negotiating table?
Well, we're going to see about that. But, the very first kind of messaging to Putin was about 2 weeks ago during the Middle East Peace Summit, where essentially he was signaling to Putin that, we're going to cut off your oil because we have calm in the Middle East yet. No, you have to understand, President Trump understands that a peaceful Middle East is very bad for business, for Beijing, for Tehran, and also for Moscow. So he was already telling Putin, you better come to the table. We're doing this peace deal. Jump on in. When that essentially olive branch was thrown away, Putin just decided, well, we're not going to meet like we had discussed in Budapest. And now Trump is saying, what do I have to do now to get you to the table? Because I could do a lot of things. So the first step will be sanctions on Russian oil. The next step could be freezing oligarchs' bank accounts here in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. And then there's also stopping any sort of arms being traded to Russia and from Russia. So there are many, many facets to this. And you're going to see Trump now just going down the list every time that Putin plays with him, every time that he cancels a meeting, every time he decides not to have any sort of negotiations with Zelensky. We're going to see this play out and probably drag out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Amanda, do you think President Trump has reached the point where he just feels like President Putin just looks like he's running circles around him? I mean, we had that Alaska summit. There was going to be this Budapest summit that's now not going to happen. I mean, do you think that was he had a bit of a moment of realization that it was just a waste of time holding talks face to face with him?
I think President Trump wants to be the president of peace and not war. So I don't think he wanted to propel this to war. Last Friday, when the Ukrainian president was here at the White House, obviously, we've all been talking about it, he asked for Tomahawk missiles. And President Trump really tried to slow that and say, well, I don't want to escalate this. And then here we are less than a week later with the president saying, I don't see any other way to do this because Putin's not playing. He's not willing to engage in serious a debate, discussion, dialogue, anything that is meaningful in any way that's going to not do anything than what Putin's been doing, which is basically moving the goalpost. So I think another thing that could be in the toolbox, if you will, is that there is a resolution in Congress with over 85 members, bipartisan. My gosh, there's nothing bipartisan in Washington right now, certainly not these days, but for this resolution imposing sanctions on Ukraine. And so I think you can see some furtherance of that. And maybe a way for Congress to come together is to be united on their front with the president on Ukraine and helping Ukraine against Russia. And so I think that's something that we could possibly see. And then obviously, I think it's really important that now we're seeing the White House engaging with the UN to say, we're going to do everything we can to help in this, because as President Trump said yesterday, apparently Europeans can't. We need to come in. I can help. I will help.
Okay, and Amanda, while you're there, let's just move on to our next topic, which is the Middle East. It's already come up in conversation already in this short discussion between us. And of course, it's been a really busy week, hasn't it, for US diplomacy? I mean, it's been a busy several weeks, really, but the presence of the US president, the US vice president, the special envoys, Kushner, Witkoff, J.D. Vance was there yesterday, and we're told Marco Rubio is on the way. I mean, there is so much momentum, isn't there? And they really don't seem to want to let this deal run any risks of collapsing. What are your thoughts, Amanda?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, President Trump said it yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, we're just moving forward into the next phases of this. So now they're doing everything to make sure that not only are our military, Central Command out of Tampa, the eyes and ears of the military there, but actual political eyes and ears, which in some cases is extremely important, maybe more important, to see that the leaders are not just saying, all right, we signed the paper, the ink's dry, we're now moving on to the next thing. Now, President Trump did say when he was at, I believe it was at Sharm el-Sheikh, he said, we're moving on to Ukraine. We're going to help solve that. Then we're going to move on to Iran. We're going to solve that. So he is wanting these to build. And so if this doesn't succeed, it makes it really hard for President Trump to do all the other things that he wants to do, Ukraine being the first thing that he wants to move to now, which obviously he's moved in that direction. So it is really important that these peace deals stay in place because, as J.D. Vance said yesterday, it seems like the media wants them to fail. It seems like the media doesn't want to see success here, and that's a terrible thing. We want, of course, to see peace in the Middle East. That's what happened last week. And so we're going to move in furtherance of that, and hopefully with Ukraine and Russia, and maybe even with Iran.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people where I'm sitting definitely want to see things succeed on this diplomatic front. And, Angie, just turning to you, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, to see how President Trump he's positioning himself as being a very fair mediator here. On the one hand, he had strong words for Hamas, disarm or else. And on the other hand, the Trump administration's been pretty irritated by the sounds of things about this idea of annexing the West Bank, which was discussed in the Knesset yesterday. I mean, after all the effort that's been made, I mean, I expect they find that quite insulting, don't they?
Phase 2 of the peace plan was always going to be the hardest, right? To ask Hamas to disarm and to demilitarize. That was something that was going to take a lot more negotiating. But look, President Trump and the Trump administration got exactly what they wanted out of this deal already. They got the hostages back to their families, which was always what President Trump and this administration had wanted. So they have a win there. He is certainly the peace president for doing so. Now, the rest of the redevelopment of Gaza and all the zones that were bombed out during the war, that is really kind of where the prize is, because that's how President Trump was able to invite almost 30 world leaders to come to be part of this peace plan, because they all want a piece of it as well. They all want to be part of the redevelopment. President Trump has long said that this could be the Middle East Riviera, and we expect a lot of real estate development to happen in those regions that can benefit everyone in that region. So I think that is what they're going to be working towards. That's why pretty much all of the major heads of the Trump administration are all visiting that region right now, is to make sure that this deal somewhat stays in place. Good signs that both Israel and Hamas has both said, yes, there were some bombings in the recent days, but, it seems like this peace plan is still on track to succeed.
OK, let's move on to our next topic, because there was a heated debate in New York last night. Obviously, there is the mayoral election coming up. We've got the candidates Zoran Mamdani, the Democrat, Andrew Cuomo, Independent, and Curtis Sliwa as a Republican candidate. They opened with some pretty sharp barbs as they outline their vision for the city's future. Let's just take a little look at some of the exchanges from last night.
My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out.
While there are 3 candidates on the stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him.
Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose.
Okay, Curtis Sliwa having the last word there in that debate. Amanda, I don't know if you watched the debate, but I just wanted to ask you, I mean, we're 10 days away from Election Day in New York. I mean, how's this race shaping up?
Well, really not even 10 days because early voting starts Saturday. So, it's really moving, and the movement and momentum has always been with Zoran Mamdani, much to the chagrin of many people in conservative circles, even independents. As shocking as it may be, although the opponents have tried to pull out all the stops, you have a problem in that Curtis Sliwa refuses to get out of the race. He's the Republican in order to, help the other candidate here. But the problem really is that even with that, Zoran Mamdani still wins. Cuomo does not. And so that's what the polling is showing right now. I think this is just very unsettling for a lot of Americans because we are shocked that the largest city in the United States, the financial hub of the world, is now going to be handed to a Democrat socialist. But I do say for Republicans, you now have the opportunity to say this is the party of Zoran Mamdani, and it is a very good talking point in an election year that is coming up next year for the congressional and senatorial races.
Okay, Angie, I mean, I want to ask you for your take. I mean, that debate last night seemed to get quite personal at some stages. I mean, how do you see this race panning out?
Well, I thought Andrew Cuomo finally woke up and started campaigning. I mean, we have large being in the media here trying to help Republicans as well as anyone who's running against Zoran Mamdani. We haven't been given a lot of materials because the candidates are largely not covered and they're not giving a lot of campaigning talking points. So it was great to see Andrew Cuomo finally waking up. As far as Curtis Sliwa, he's been at it, although his numbers are actually going down, which is surprising at this late in the race. How I see it happening is that Democrats really need a win here in 2025. This is a reaction to the 2024 election. This is a reaction to the Trump presidency. And I think that's how they're turning out the numbers. And Polymarket has a Zoran Mamdani win. Now, when I do the autopsy of the 2025 election on November 5th, we're going to see how much money was poured into this race by Democrats because they know that if they didn't have a win in 25 and perhaps in 26, that they're going to be the minority party for a while. So this is a very, very important win for Democrats. Now, I agree with my colleague there that, these are great talking points for the midterms, and this is going to be great talking points for a future gubernatorial race in New York. But right now, we do have to prepare for a Zoran Mamdani win.
Yeah, just before we move on to our next topic, I mean, Amanda, I want to ask you, I mean, how much do you think it's about the characters of those three men? I mean, they're really quite different, aren't they, as individuals? And how much is it about their policies that's really resonating and chiming with New Yorkers?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me of when President Obama came on the scene when he was campaigning, and, you had all these people who he had ties to that were people that were uncomfortable for people to think that he had associations with. But the reality was that he was such an incredible orator. He had such sophistication when he spoke that he kind of reeled people in. And I think that's what the allure is with someone like Zoran Mamdani. He is someone that is pleasant to look at. And when he talks, he says all the right things. He has no facts to base it on. He has nothing to say as to how he's going to pay for all these things. He has no way of saying that I've talked to the governor who has to actually approve these things that he's trying to fulfill. But people like listening to him. And a lot of times that's what wins in politics. And that's certainly who Barack Obama was. And he was able to push ideas along that even as, socialist, bordering on socialist as they were, people were still willing to give him the chance because he was an incredible orator.
And just picking up on what Amanda was saying there, Angie, I mean, do you think the appearance of the Democrat candidate is perhaps his trump card in this race?
Well, I think beyond that, look, everything has been thrown at Zoran Mamdani to dirty him up, including one of the best lines from yesterday's debate, which is he has no experience, right? He has I think it was Curtis Lewa who said he could list his resume on a cocktail napkin, right? And I love those lines because it does show off how young and inexperienced Zoran Mamdani is. But here's the thing, New Yorkers don't care. And I think that is one of the greatest lessons we're going to learn from the 2025 elections is that you don't actually need to have experience to run the city of New York City. And that's what New York City voters are going to be picking. So, I guess charm, vibes, marketing, all that trumps any sort of experience needed for a huge job like this. He's going to be running 300,000 people, personnel in New York City and managing billions of dollars. Someone who, barely graduated college and barely has any work experience. That's what we have to look forward to.
Okay, well, Angie, you paint such a nice picture there. Let's just, while you're there, let me ask you first about the U.S. Government shutdown. I mean, it just keeps going on. I don't know what day we're on now, but is there any end in sight?
Yeah, this is day 23, and it's becoming a really interesting fight because on November 1st, we have a lot of deadlines, including the supplemental dietary program, which ends food supplements for about 40 million people actually here in the U.S. So I think that's going to be the first time that I'm going to see Americans really feeling the pinch. Yes, our U.S. parks are closed. Yes, TSA is being strained, and there's a lot of holiday travel coming around, but most Americans haven't really felt the pinch yet. But I think come November 1st, that's when I think Republicans have to really think about whether or not to use the nuclear option in the Senate to get the filibuster and, get that tossed so that at least they can have a majority vote and stop the government shutdown. I think we're almost there, but right now we're letting Democrats have their way and, trying to blame it on Republicans for the shutdown when it's really just Democrats voting down every single vote to reopen the government.
Okay, and Amanda, I mean, your thoughts on this shutdown, where it might end. And I just want to ask you as well, while you're at it, are you starting to notice it in your life? And do you see it having a detrimental effect on the U.S. economy?
So I'll start with the latter question. And DC has changed a little bit in that it is not as plagued with traffic. It's just not as busy. Of course, that's because the tourists really aren't coming. If they had plans, what's the point of coming when national parks are closed? Now, some of the parks are open. Statue of Liberty is open, for example, but by and large, they're closed or limited in some way. So Washington has become a shell of itself. With regards to me personally, of course, when you're thinking about going to the airport and even flying, you just kind of wonder, is this going to be a time where I have to, be in line for hours? Hopefully TSA agents are showing up. I always thank them when they're coming to work, knowing that they're not getting a paycheck. So with regards to what Angie mentioned about the SNAP program, for example, which is hugely important, obviously the numbers are 40 million plus Americans that get those programs to be able to have food. And then you have other other programs that help with paying for electricity and other bills. And obviously, we're going into winter right now. So for heating bills, the program's called LIHEAP. And so there's other things that are happening. But I think the biggest thing that is going to make a difference here is that on November 1st, people are going to get their premium increases for insurance. I know a lot of your viewers don't know about all that because here we buy private insurance. But that is going to be a huge turning point because that's what the Democrats have been fighting on. So hopefully there can be a resolution to this. But I have always said this was a subsidy from the COVID era. It should have been done away with. If the Democrats wanted it so badly, they could have enacted it into law. They did not. And the reason they didn't is because it is a huge cost driver. And so for President Trump, the Democrats and Republicans to come together to reopen the government is very important. But I think it hinges on this because the Democrats sure have made it very much about this. The other programs, whether we fund, air traffic controllers on a separate bill or the SNAP program for food for the indigent and needy, those may be done separately, maybe. But the big issue here is the health insurance premiums, and that's where Democrats are stuck on.
Okay, Amanda, you've had the last word. We're out of time, I'm told, but it's been great fun talking to you both. Really appreciate it. Amanda Mackie and Angie Wong, two Republican strategists in red in Florida. What are the odds of that? Thank you both very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.